people that are the movers and shakers out here. And so, okay, number one is that you still have time to get here and to be able to be a participant. You go to reSURGEnce 2022 .com, and you can still get your ticket. Come on through and listen to some of the people. The vendors are awesome. But that being said, I have another mover and shaker here, and this is just, she doesn't know yet, but we'll be joined at the hip for probably the rest of our lives. And this is Deborah Innocence.
Hi,
Hi,
yes. Hi, good morning, everyone.
and
It's a
your
pleasure.
company is named.
I have my own private practice, Innocent Law PC, and I also have a real estate firm, Epic One-on-One Realty.
Excellent, excellent. Now talk about mover and shaker. Where she got me was she's being nice. She's a tax attorney.
Yes,
Okay.
that's one of my areas.
And her other area is trust. So this is like a dream come true. We talk about networking.
Yes.
This is what I needed. That was one little aspect I'm looking for. Someone of color. I'm not being shy about it. And then she winds up being a woman. Lord knows God is so good. So that
Thank
being
you for the compliment.
oh, so glad to
Thank
meet you.
you.
But definitely, so we're here at reSURGEnce.
Yes, and it's an honor for me to be here. I mean, I'm amongst some wonderful people, powerful movers and shakers in the community, and to just have the opportunity to just be here and discuss, how to protect, your business and your wealth is something that, I have the experience of having to move up, so I know how it is. I'm one of those that I actually graduated from undergrad, World Trade Center hit, graduated from law school, then the real estate crash happens. And now, we have the pandemic. So,
Yes.
and a lot of us went through that. So we're built for this, and we don't give ourselves enough credit that we know how to, especially, as Black people, we know how to make money. But a lot of times we just don't know how to pass it down.
And
So
to
that's,
build it continuously.
yes,
Yes, and pass it down is so
yes, yes,
important. So I
yes,
have the pleasure of serving with Deborah on a panel,
yes.
and it's the wealth creation. And then we're going to do sustainability and also legacy building. So we
Yes,
got a lot of topics.
absolutely,
You're going to
absolutely.
miss it if you don't. You got to
Yes,
get down here. You can
definitely show
grab a
up.
cab,
Yes.
grab a
Yes, this
cab,
is
do
important information, and a lot of information a lot of people don't know, and a lot of information from people that's already in the business they don't know.
That's right.
So a lot of times we don't know the proper structures. We just say, hey, let me go to LegalZoom, and it's not about forming the entity. That's something anyone can do 20 minutes online with the Department of State. Like, let's be real. But it's about knowing like what entity makes sense for your type of transaction.
That's right.
That's number one. Number two, what entity is going to protect you properly. All right. And then later on down the line, how you could have different entities, umbrellas, and then how you could use trust for asset protection and also for testamentary risks down the line. So, I mean, and that's how you build the wealth. You got to protect the wealth as well. So it's
That's
a
it.
pleasure. It's going to be an honor for me to be here. I mean, it is an honor for me to be here. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
And, thank you so much. I can't wait. You're already family to me. You're definitely a
Hey,
sister
that's what I
already.
wanted to hear. See, I got it on tape now.
Yes, yes, yes. She's definitely family, and I've heard great things about you and how you really, do a lot for the community with financial literacy and tax planning, which is very important. Because a lot of times when we don't do the proper tax planning, we get caught up.
Oh,
I used to work for the IRS as well, for like small businesses and individuals before going to law school. So sometimes we just don't know what's the proper structure,
that's right.
or the proper election to make, and
It's
we end up
true.
paying way more. I have people come to me
And
and I make elections for them, and I actually get them money back sometimes.
you see,
In some
that's so
instances.
powerful. And the
Yes,
thing is that we're in an era of where IRS has like lost their minds. I'm just going to say it that way. It is so crazy. But I watched, and one of the reasons why I came into the
hmm
industry at all was because my dad had 6 beauty parlors,
hmm
and they all got closed because of taxes. And I was a whopping age of 15. And I was like, oh
Wow.
no, that's never going to happen again.
Yes.
Not in my on my watch. So
A lot of times it's because it's not the proper compliance, the proper structure. And I have to be honest too with the IRS. A lot of times when you know what to do, you could lead them and tell them what you want.
that's right.
And then, so when you're dealing with compliance issues and examinations and auditing, I mean, as a former employee for the IRS, it's not enough staff.
No,
So
not.
when they get to you, they're just looking at, okay, I see this one thing wrong, and now I'm just shutting you down. But there's exceptions to the law. When you know that IRC code, the IRS code, you know the Treasury, and you know certain cases. I mean, look up the Google Dutch sandwich. Did you ever hear about that? When they got away, you have to definitely Google
Okay,
it.
I'm going to look at
Yes,
that. Yeah.
and through the Netherlands, and they actually asked the IRS, listen, we have this structure. This is what we want to do, and they were able to get away without paying taxes on certain
Hello.
things. So it's all about, information is power. It's about how to, present your case to the IRS,
Yes.
and have your structure in the manner that you need to have it. So I had a client that just had a, legacy of buildings, and also her and her husband are doctors,
Hmm.
and they thought that they were a corporation. And then when they sent me the information from the tax returns, it was partnership returns.
Lord.
So, and there was something where a family member, they signed for a family member for another business, taxi business to go down. And now they're like, their assets are at risk when they thought they were protected. So, you just have to know.
It's just
It's a lot of
knowing.
mix up. And a lot of times it's like, well, I had a CPA. And I tell my clients all the time, listen, I'm an attorney. I was in a tax LLM program. But guess what? If something happens to me, you got to know what's going on. I print everything out for you because you have to know so
That's
you can
right.
speak to, you can get the right person.
That's
You
it.
know what I'm saying?
Knowledge is power
Exactly.
and action.
Absolutely.
So I am so glad we're
Thank
going
you
to
so much for this talk.
Oh,
Thank you
I am
for
so
introducing me to
glad.
everyone.
And
This is great.
definitely, I am going to, you don't know, we're not done because we're
All
going to be
right.
done when you come to my show. We're going to talk about that again and
Okay.
structuring, and we're going to cover. I just got things for you, girl.
No problem. We're going to sign that marriage contract.
Hey, there we go. We got it going on.
Yes, yes.
So we have been watching, as you know, Access Wealth Nation. We
Hmm.
are here at the reSURGEnce 2022. We're getting ready to go on our panel.
Yes.
Don't miss. You can
Please come.
also view it, and I'll get the on our next interview. I'll have the code to what people can watch streaming. But
Hmm.
right now, with Access Wealth Nation and the Soul City Network, you have now gotten a taste of what's going to be available today. So again, I hope you learned something today. I know my sister here just gave you a wealth of knowledge.
Just a little snippet, a little snippet. You have to come. You have to come and get more. But God bless everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a privilege.
Real pleasure
I
to
mean,
have
just being in this room, I just get chills of all the powerful people,
you. It's
especially from the leaders of our Black churches. I mean, it's just such an honor. And I know that, our ancestors are looking down and just, they're so proud of us. And
so
I'm
proud.
telling you, I'm just chills all day. So thank you
So
so
I'll
much,
see you
sister.
shortly. See you
Absolutely.
shortly.
All right.
Thanks again. You're
Okay.
watching Access Wealth Nation, and we are at the reSURGEnce 2022. Come out and see us, but stay tuned. have a panel coming up on wealth movement, and building. And this gentleman is definitely a mover and shaker with a lot of information. And so I have Mr. Marlon Graham, right? I
Yes.
got it right. Thank God. And he's the president and
President
CEO
CEO,
of Landmark
consultant.
Consulting. There you go. You're sounding good. You're sounding good. But I'm telling you what's endearing is that he's bringing information on another level that I know many of you are out there. And I know definitely my clients have been asking about the element of the virtual currency and legality behind it. I think also, right?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about your experience. Number one is here. You're getting ready to be on the panel, which I'm excited about that we're sharing.
Right.
And so tell us a little bit about your business.
Yes. So we offer litigation support to various attorneys in New York, and we also do research on cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology.
Oh, you do the research on it to
Yeah.
see, and do you advise people, or is this just to give
No,
them the information?
no, just in terms of general information, right? I myself, I'm a private investor.
Okay,
Right?
that's fine. That's good. You know,
Yeah.
you got skin in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, but in addition to it, is there a newsletter that they subscribe to and online? How do they get your research information?
Okay. So well, the
Loud.
I'm sorry. In terms of we provide sit down, in terms of one-on-one consultation.
Okay, so someone would pay you to come in, get consultation, find out your research information, and then go
Right.
ahead and
Right.
invest. And do you guide them on how to invest? You know, most of our people don't know how to start.
Yeah. Um, in terms of what I find is that a lot of people are not aware of digital currencies like cryptocurrencies and so forth, and so we kind of break things down. Like I know earlier we were talking about the metaverse and how we should be gearing towards getting our business located in the metaverse, similar to how the dot-com era, we wanted to have a web presence. So now we need to have a metaverse presence,
Presence.
right?
That's kind of interesting. I'm still trying to get this. So if people feel like they don't understand it, it's okay. Join me because it's one of those things that for a baby boomer, because I'm a baby certified baby boomer,
Right.
and it's weird to talk about something that is not really tangible.
Well, if you think about it,
Okay.
you're we use our cell phones, we use our computers, right?
Yes,
And when you go into your email, that's not tangible,
that's
right?
true.
It's a virtual world, so it is a form of metaverse. It's just that we're taking it another step up,
Okay.
right? Which instead of looking at your actual phone,
Hmm.
right, and looking at the computer screen, now you will feel more connected with a headset and being able to feel as if you are in that space. So if I had to go shopping, for example,
Yes.
and I'm browsing, I would normally browse the internet,
Internet.
right? Now I'm able to put on a headset and to be able to shop, look at an item, turn that item 3D image,
3D.
3D, right? And so that's essentially the metaverse, right? So we are engaged in the metaverse, but on, I would say, on a lower level right now,
Okay.
right?
So the shopping is one. How about things like things that we eat, taste? I mean, that those stores are
Yeah.
there.
Obviously we can't eat from the metaverse, but we can certainly shop. We can order stuff. We
Mm.
can socialize. Social media. I would even say that in the next couple of years, maybe 10 years down the line, the way in which we conduct our social media platform is going to be a bit different because we are no longer um, going to interface a few inches away with our cell phones or our computer screens. Now I will be able to sit and talk with you and actually see you the way how I'm seeing you now, but in 3D form
In the
with in
metaverse.
the metaverse with the the various headsets are.
So we're really spending, it's a secondary world, really, because it's not our regular world, but it's sort of like our world. Is that it?
Yes, it is. It's a virtual world,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so it it, 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 it it can appear different, but it's really not because we're actually doing it already. We go on Facebook, we go on Instagram, and we are interacting. And these platforms are virtual; they're not real. So I would submit that it's nothing more than one step up from what we are already accustomed to.
Okay, I got you. Well, I'll tell you, my first lesson was about the gentleman spoke to me about, the cryptocurrency, and I said, that's like taking. I don't have anything. He says, how many times did you use money in the month? How many times did you
Mm.
use a dollar bill or
Right,
a
right,
Federal Reserve note?
right,
I said, I don't carry them even. So he
right,
says,
right.
same kind of idea.
It's the same idea. It's the same idea.
Love
The
it.
difference here is that it's on um, well, the underpinning of cryptocurrency is blockchain technology, and without that sounding all fancy, all it is, it's a digital ledger that tracks transactions
Hmm.
and records transactions. It can track assets,
Okay.
right? And so and that I will say is necessary because in terms of from a security standpoint, um, if I could touch on NFTs, for example,
Yes,
right,
please do.
non-fungible tokens. So um, we are heading into a place where authenticity is going to become very, very important. If I buy an artwork, digital artwork, how do I know that that artwork is the original that I just bought?
Yes.
And yeah, how do I know it's the original? So um, with blockchain technology, you'll be able to tell which one is a fake, which one is an
So it'll
original.
authenticate it.
It will authenticate it, or well, it tracks the authenticity of that document. So
Okay.
so anyone can go on the blockchain and confirm that I have the original, right?
Okay. What?
And it's not, and it's beyond art because now we're looking at your birth certificate, your driver's license, your passport. Instead of having a physical instrument
Document.
or document, right, you can now have a digital copy of that. So each birth certificate, passport will have to become an NFT in some form.
Now that would also then, therefore, that passport, your birth certificate, it would be authenticated so that that you know that it's almost like the original. Is that how?
Yes, yes, in a sense, in a sense, in a
This is
sense,
really
in
interesting.
a
I'm going
sense,
to have to come back with
in a
you
sense.
on my show, and so you can share all of this and all the things that you do as far as research and how people can work with you. Okay, so we're here at again, welcome at Access Wealth Nation, and of course broadcasting through Soul City Network and also through WHC 90.3 FM, Voice of Harlem. And just wanted to say we're here at Resurgence 2022. I have had a wonderful time speaking with one of my panel partners, Mr. Marlon Grant.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And so I hope you learned something. It is a powerful time. You know that we always talk about the checkup from the neck up with Access Wealth Nation. So this is Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse signing out.
And also the arts in this one campus, some installation activities. So those two groups arts is really kind of Christmas is a good time to give special education, painting, singing, and all that. So please come and visit scholars. The closing collection is called Liquid Joy. Many collections featuring scholars. The artwork is content and that's is a that's opportunity. Thank you. Thanks, researchers, the opportunity to talk. I'm John Reed. I'm the founder of Students Management. I started Jumbo long time ago, for $20 a month. And wow, things have changed. I learned a lot today. I'm really in the Boston area.
Sound check.
Time in my life. Working on sports cars. I love
Greetings, we're back with Access Wealth Nation. And of course, we're here at reSURGEnce 2022. And you still have time to get down here to the Navy, Brooklyn Navy Yard. And if not, you still can get the opportunity to see it streamed on the internet. It is so powerful. This is a time when businesses of color, now I'm going to be specific, Black businesses developing themselves and growing to the level of helping other Black businesses. And not only that, but also helping our community where we have the opportunity to build and structure and be self sufficient. That's where we're heading. This is what's happening. And so, of course, with this workshop and the others that are out here, it is at a time where I've got movers and shakers in this audience. And so I have the honor to bring on Dr. Malcolm Punter, and he is from the Harlem Community Congregation. Come on, give it to me, brother.
Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement.
HCCI. And that's how I first got introduced to it because I saw it on everything on the flyers and things. So I am so happy to have you at Access Wealth Nation.
Thank you. Thank you for having
Yeah,
us. And we're happy to be here. We're happy to be a co-sponsor doing our small part and promoting the reSURGEnce 2022 and supporting the mission of Reverend
That
Dennis
is
Dillon.
awesome. It has been an experience. This is my first time being here, and we're just here to help as much as possible. Soul City is truly about bringing information to our community. So tell us a little bit about HCCI.
HCCI was formed in 1986 in the Harlem community, a Harlem community that's starkly different today than it was at that time, because Harlem, even though it has been always has been an iconic community of African Americans that had a renaissance of arts and culture, the Harlem community had declined significantly for about a 30-year period. At the time, HCCI was formed by the clergy, women and men that were pastors and workers and laity of the houses of worship in Harlem community. Harlem had, become blighted
Mm-hmm.
and in a sense, overrun by, counterculture in the form of drugs and crime. So the ministers decided that, we had to do something. We just couldn't sit by and allow that continued decline. So they formed a coalition of houses of worship and called it actually Harlem Churches for Community Improvement
Okay.
initially. And then about 1998, they reincorporated as Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement because there were other faith groups that were involved, that were prominent in the community, such as the Muslim community, the Jewish community, and other
Everybody was brought
houses.
together.
So the coalition was formed as the congregations, and we have been working together collaboratively ever since.
Excellent, excellent. And so, with that, what is your golden dream? I heard that before when you're speaking. Is to do with these communities? Where do you see us 5 years from now?
I mean, a core mission that at least I'd like to see HCCI achieve is what I call HCCI 2030. And that's not, a lot of time, right? It's about,
No.
within this decade, about 8 more years, I'd like to see 3,000 more home ownership units achieved, for low and moderate income families.
Okay.
But I also would like to see our houses of worship benefit from the real property that they own, for the missions that they have.
That would be so powerful. And the thing is that the churches have been the cornerstone for us for in our communities.
Right.
And the thing is that when COVID hit, I don't know what happened. Just
Sadly, we lost a lot of, stalwart members of the congregations, right? They were older members, and they passed away for whatever reason. COVID, mental health, stress.
yes,
Just didn't survive. So with that passing, the economic base of many churches, did not sustain. So we have to look for new ways to earn income and revenue, and continue the mission activities of the houses of worship. And one of those ways is, repurposing their real estate.
repurpose.
Maybe building affordable housing,
Okay.
maybe building community facilities, daycare space.
I was thinking the daycare because it's so necessary in our community because mom and dad have to work.
Right, right.
And you want the children to be taken care of.
That's right.
So this is also very important.
So HCI is looking to provide that technical assistance, as we have a proven track record over almost 40 years,
Yes.
in all manner of real estate development, housing, economic development, community facilities, retail stores, and we think we have something to share with our sister and congregations.
That is so awesome. Well, I'm thankful that you stopped by with
Thank you.
Access Wealth Nation. And of course, we'll be keeping now. How do people contact HCCI?
So you can reach us at our website, which is www.hcci.org, or you can call us. We have a pleasant receptionist, 212-281-4887. Or if you're at reSURGEnce, just say hello and we'll chat.
I got you. Well, thank you so much for sharing this information. I am hoping and praying that people understand that we have these movers and shakers here, and that opportunity opens up the door you've got to walk through. They're here, they're opening, they're giving their personal information so that we can make a difference. And so again, Dr. Punter, I'm thankful so much to you,
Thank you.
and I'm sure we'll see you again.
Yes,
Thanks
absolutely.
again.
Thank you again.
Okay, you are listening to Access Wealth Nation on the Soul City Network, and we are here at reSURGEnce 2022, giving information. As you know, with Access Wealth Nation, we are always talking about the financial education in our community. So, see you soon. Next interview. Okay, we're back. This is Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, and we are so much giving you that checkup from the neck up through reSURGEnce 2022. And we are building businesses. As I told you before, it's about Black businesses, building and helping Black businesses, and then, of course, helping our community to thrive. And so this is a mission that you know is true to my heart, but I have now got the opportunity to partnership with my brother from another mother now. Reverend Dylan is just, he won't be able to get rid of me either. It's just like everybody who's around me just, they're going to say, here she comes again. It's that relative. So that's what we're doing today. And of course, I told you I got my movers and my shakers. And so I have another panelist that's going to be sharing the panel with me on wealth and wealth building. And we have Miss Dawn Kelly. I am so proud to have you on Access Wealth Nation to discuss. Look, she is the founder and owner of nutrition.
The Nourish Spot.
Yes, the Nourish Spot. Girl, let me tell you now, it's getting yourself healthy because there's no need in being wealthy if you're not healthy.
Oh, that's
okay.
True. Health is wealth.
That's it. And she has an extensive background, so she understands both sides. And a daughter of a banker too, right?
Yes,
You see,
yes.
I told you.
You heard me. Yes.
And so we're going to be talking about the elements of what happens on this panel. We're going to talk about what happened, how you start your business, how you get moving. And so Sister Kelly here has done it all. And so tell us a little bit about your wonderful business and your journey.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, Dr. Woodhouse, for inviting me on to Access Wealth Nation. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
I'm really delighted to be here in Brooklyn today for the reSURGEnce 22 conference. It's funny, you got to be careful for what you pray for, because the other day I prayed for God to give me more speaking opportunities, and looky, here we are.
And we're not done, because you're going to come back on Access Wealth Nation when we do the show.
Oh, that's wonderful. So the Nourish Spot is a fresh and healthy Black family-owned business. My daughter and I and my son, we started the business in March 2016.
Wow.
Sitting in my living room.
Love it.
Because I was about 7 months out of a job, and I was sitting with my daughter trying to figure out what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. And at that particular time, I was loath to go back into corporate America and provide the opportunity for another person to be flippant with my livelihood. Because when I lost my job, I walked into work that day thinking all was well, and before the day was over, I didn't have a job.
Lord.
So I'm just really glad that while I was at this financial services firm, I learned a lot about managing money. We did some wonderful watershed research too about financial behaviors of African Americans
in our community. Yes. I told you, I borrowed that.
And so I learned a lot from that research. And so when my children and I decided to start our business, I remembered many of those lessons learned in the research and put them to use to start the business. So one, I invested in myself. I used my savings and my severance to start the business, right? I didn't incur debt, okay? Two, I reached out to the very people that were talking to us this morning from the New York City.
Yes, because they named you.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, I reached out to them, okay? Because one of the things that I know, research is important in anything you do, right? And as a college graduate, you can't even get out of college without researching. Right? So I researched. I looked to find who in the city could help me, because I won't lie, I wasn't trying to use all my money, right?
That's right.
So I was trying to find if there were other entities in the city that were interested in helping a sister open her business.
Okay, OPP,
right?
Other people's property, get that other money. Yes.
And so what happened was I found out about New York City Small Business Services. I found out about the U.S. Small Business Administration. I
Mm,
found out about the Economic Development Corporation. And
there.
so, you know what I did? I started calling, email, writing, sending a pigeon. What do you do, and how can you help me
Awesome.
establish my business? And so I got help from everyone, right? Whether it was in terms of some wisdom or guidance, steps to take. At New York City Small Business Services, they actually gave me an advocate, an individual, a woman,
To work with you.
held my hand step by step, took me through the process of conceptualizing the business
Yes.
to opening up the
All
door.
righty.
Okay.
Now, see, that's a key there, and I'm hoping you're picking this up. Is that opportunity presents itself. It is up to you to walk through the door. But this sister didn't just walk through the door. She grabbed the door. She created the door and said, "Help me. You can do this." It's no reason if you have that dream that you can't accomplish it. You just have to say, "I'm open to research, talk with, network, do whatever's necessary." So go ahead, sister.
And so then the other part was, I'll be very honest. I knew I didn't know how to run a business. Okay, I knew how to be an employee because I had worked my entire life. But I knew that there were specific processes, specific materials that I should know what they were. And so I then started looking for education. First thing I did is I invested in a course called Business Essentials with the Queens Economic Development
Oh,
Corporation.
okay, yes.
And I went to class maybe like 6 to 8 weeks to learn about the very basic essentials of doing business, right?
Got it.
But now that whet my fancy, right? I'm like, oh, okay, I'm learning. I'm no more. I'm going to really be able to run this business, efficiently, effectively,
And
and
sus-
profitably.
and
And
sustain it.
sustainably.
That's
Yes,
it.
yes. And so the next thing I did is I looked for more courses, and I got into a course called Interrise. It's called Interrise is the organization, but the course is called Streetwise MBA.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yes, free.
Uh-oh. Did y'all catch that? Okay, just
All right. What it took was me taking the time to fill out an application, okay, and waiting for them to come back to me to say whether or not I got in. Luckily, I got in, okay, and so now I'm in this course, and now I'm learning way more than what I learned in the business essential class, and it's like a layer, right?
That's
It's
great.
layering on top of that information. Now I won't lie, that class was really challenging. And
Okay.
I'm a seasoned woman, okay, so the brain, it took a little
Take a
time.
little time. But
Yeah.
that's okay.
Right.
That's
It took a little time to get those concepts. But you know what I did? I leaned on some of the people in my class, okay? One of which is in here running this event, Ovington Property.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
Overton is one of my cohort members in that class. And so took that for about 8 months, I believe. We graduated out that, got a little certificate. And of course, now I really feel like I got my sea legs, right? Because now I know what a balance sheet is. Now I know what a profit and loss statement
There you
is.
go.
Okay. Now I know, what cash flow means. Like these are concepts that were foreign to me,
But
right?
you need to know it to run your business.
Girl, you got to know your numbers. That's what they say. And I
And
was
what
like,
Oprah said is, don't you let somebody else know your numbers and you don't understand them.
yes. And so I had to learn how to get up underneath them and learn what that was about. But now we're in business, I would say, for about 3 or 4 years now. And so in the beginning, I was running it. Me and my kids were running it by ourselves. But now we got demand, right? So now we got labor, new issue. And I'm like, oh gosh, what to do? Luckily for me, my daughter Jade, who's now 31, she's a chef by trade.
Oh,
And so I said to her, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? We need staff. And she's like, hold on, mommy, I got you.
oh, that's so wonderful.
And what she did is she reached out to the neighborhood nonprofits in our community and established internships
There it is.
with area high schools and all of the area nonprofits. And we were able to become an internship training ground for young high school and college students
Giving it back.
in our community.
Giving it back.
Let me tell you something. It has been such, and I can feel myself getting a little emotional. It has been such a wonderful opportunity because you know what? One, I remember my first job. and how it made me feel. So for me to be in um, the situation to provide young people their first job, it gives me chills. So that's number one.
That's awesome.
Number two is we've been able to hire many of the young people that first came in as interns. So we created our own
Workforce.
our labor
Yeah,
pipeline.
yeah, there we go.
Yes, we got our own labor pipeline. So we train them. They're paid by their organizations for 6 to 8 weeks. We can assess whether they're the right fit during that 6 to 8 weeks. And at the end of their internship, we offer quite a few of them jobs.
You can't lose. You can't lose.
No.
But you can't lose when you got God in your spirit and your
let me
soul.
tell you.
And you know, we praying. And they say a mother's prayer is one of the most powerful prayers. I know
world.
it is. I know it is.
In the
And
world.
here you are building a legacy for your family.
Yes.
Oh
and
my
I'm proud.
God.
And
Hallelujah.
I'm proud. And I want to say one more thing. You know, we talked about prayer, and I know I jumped right into the story of how we got started. But I want to tell you one thing. God is all up in my nourish spot.
All right.
Okay, because I wouldn't have the nourish spot if it wasn't for the Lord leading me to it. I would tell you this, when I lost my job, I was really upset, okay, because I had never in my life got fired, retrenched. I'm an overachiever. I went to college when I was 16. I started school when I was 3. I mean, you know, I didn't know how to fail.
Failure is not an option.
Right? I didn't know how to fail. But now, in looking back, I realized I didn't fail at all.
Not at all.
God had something better for me.
That's
okay, and He used my experience not only just to help me, but to help other people in my community. And even now, I realize that He's helped me to become a person that can encourage others when they lose their jobs.
Amen.
Because look,
you're an example.
All those people at Meta, all those people at Twitter that have just lost their jobs en masse. I got on Instagram the other day and went on there and said, I lost my job just like you do. And if God could bless me and give me the nourish spot,
hey,
He could do the same for you.
There you go.
So you just gotta
give them that hope.
Yes.
That idea, because that's what's out there. Is that any adversity is not really an adversity. It is just a way that you got to make a move and make a change. That's it. Set up.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
You know.
Somebody told me that a setback is nothing but a setup for a comeback. Yeah.
Amen. Amen. So it is so great talking with you. Again, we're already joined at the hip.
Yes.
So therefore, I'm coming back at you. Number one, I got to get to Queens to get to the nourish spot.
Yes.
And because I love juices.
Good.
And I do believe, you know, we had that little talk about our nutrients and stuff and changing our lives. It is so important. So you are a blessing to the community.
Thank you.
And you're a blessing to not just the community, but the world, because you give people the fact that God doesn't leave us.
No, He doesn't.
You know, so
nor forsake us.
Nor forsake.
And if He can watch a sparrow, let me tell you something. He can watch over
That's
me.
it. Got it. I got it, sis. We good.
Yes.
We good.
Yes.
Definitely. So you are listening to Access Wealth Nation. We are doing these interviews at reSURGEnce 2022. And it's still time for you to get down here and get a chance to network. This is unbelievable. It is so energizing to see us as a people of color making a difference with each other and connecting and helping each other. And so I thank my guest, dear Dawn Kelly. You're just, your story is phenomenal. And so we're going to keep promoting. You'll be seeing me walk through.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
And we've got this panel coming up. And so again, you're listening to Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, giving you that checkup from the neck up. And so we will continue. See you soon.
And come, let us nourish you at the Nourish Spot.
There you go. Okay, we're back with Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, giving you that checkup from the neck up. We're at reSURGEnce
Yeah,
2022,
yeah.
and it is a powerful event. We've got people from all walks of life, and I told you about the movers and the shakers. And so, from a spiritual point of view, we've got a lot going on also, because we are spiritual people. It's not just about being about business, because in every business, believe it or not, the spirit of God exists within.
Amen.
And so, that being said, I have a real mover and shaker here. Now I'm gonna have to really work with this. This is Akwesi,
Yeah, Bishop Dr.
Bishop
Abazi
Dr. Akwazi
Amankwa.
Amamkwa.
Yeah,
Okay, Yana doesn't like messing with names,
yeah.
and she does not like to mess them up. So I'm holding tight to you, brother,
Don't worry.
because we just met.
Amen.
But I wanted desperately to be able to talk with you.
Yeah.
You have been going through this entire system that we have here, this workshop, and this was powerful. I just heard church taking place back there.
Yeah.
So that being said, tell us about your experience here today
Yeah.
at the reSURGEnce.
Thank you so much. It's very amazing. I didn't expect the quality to be like this. It's very informative, educative. It has equipped me personally with a lot of things that I didn't know. I've been in this country for over 30 years.
Wow.
As a medical doctor and also as a bishop, but I didn't know that there are a lot of branches, networks that can help us be the minister the church facilitate, let alone the communities. So there's no excuse. To me, there's no excuse. If you miss this conference, reSURGEnce 2022, you have missed something. So please buy the tape, get the video, the audio, and listen, because there's good stuff. You never get it anywhere. Let me take this privilege to thank the organizers, my dear friend Reverend Dr. Gila,
Oh, have to thank him.
Reverend Man, yourself, all the organizers for putting this together selflessly. I'm filled with emotion. Why? Because the minorities is as if we are left behind. And the reason why we are left behind sometimes is ignorance of information. And for your team, Reverend Dr. Delon, God bless you,
Yes.
to put out this to bring great men and women from different sectors, listening the half that this morning. I'm amazed. I'm blessed to be here.
And the things that I learned today about the element of what ministers have as access that the city of New York even provides. I was shocked because, most of the time,
I'm just having tears now. Sorry.
it's okay,
It's
my
very
brother.
emotional. It's
I
very,
hear you.
there are stuff here.
But it's something to be emotional about, because it is a time where we need to cross the waters. We have to cross the waters. We have to, it's not just about African American, it's the African.
Possess our possession
That's
and
it.
to be at the promised land.
That's it.
God started with Moses with the Israelites.
That's
They
right.
finished, and Joshua finished with them. We must finish.
We must.
We must get there. We have come a long way.
That's it.
Even to every of my sisters here, it has been a long way. But I believe God, nothing just happened. We have the privilege being here in the United States. We have to make sure to connect the United States to Africa.
Yes,
the Caribbean.
without a doubt.
So we opened the destination to Ghana. I am part of it as a chaplain and from West Africa born last year. Thanks to the mayor, Eric Adams, a good friend of mine, who endorsed it. So now, my African brothers, sisters, I urge you to go back home to Ghana, West Africa, Gambia, because Africa is waiting for you.
Yes.
What we learn here, what we build here, the businesses, we impact also in the Caribbean, in Africa, and the church will grow. The church, let me tell you something. The season we are in is a different season for the church. We can't build the church the way we built it the last 30 years.
Got it.
God deals with season, and the church must equip with financial blessing in order to impact, in order to educate, equip, influence the community. For example, somebody comes to you, my mom, I don't have money to eat. They are orphanages. How will you feed them? Prayer that doesn't know.
That's good, but that doesn't fill the belly.
So we have to change the way our mindset as ministers and church people to affiliate ourselves with business sectors and synergy of managers and people with dream and vision,
Yeah.
like Reverend Dr. DeLong,
Yes.
to embrace. Ministry is not about only praying. It's not about
No.
only reading the scriptures. It's about influence and networking. So I am blessed, and I urge people to really be visiting these resurgence conventions. I'll be talking to Reverend Dillon. We can organize twice a year.
Yeah.
You can't get it anywhere.
That's
You
it.
know that in New York City, we are most informative than any state in America. So anything that starts from here concern the black churches
Hmm.
connected to the businesses,
That's it.
it will be cancerous to the other states.
And if we utilize that energy and that power, it's not just taking over our communities, it's the world. It's the world. There's nothing that, and I definitely,
And Reverend, everything starts from New York.
yes,
It is said that New York is the city of the world, isn't it?
it
So
is.
anything that starts from here goes to Africa, goes to other minority places. Because people are suffering. I was in Africa, Ghana, my country.
Definitely. Going to Ghana, I got the opportunity to
You
go.
got to go.
Yeah, I did. I've been to Ghana. I
Where
was
were
in
you?
Latte. I was in Latte.
Latte. You went
Yeah,
to Kumasi?
we went to Kumasi,
That
and
is
I went.
my, the king is my direct bloody uncle.
Yes, you said
I
that.
am a prince. The
Nice.
grandmother is my mother's sister.
Oh my
So
goodness.
I'm a direct
So we're in
prince,
the
yeah.
midst of
But you are a
royalty.
prince also. We are princes. No, let me say.
No.
It's not about me. We are princes. The reason why they were able, the reason why they were able to take our people to slavery is because of the gold that they had in Ghana, in Africa. Okay? They thought and they knew that we blacks were powerful. Let me tell you a mystery today. Do you know that we, the blacks from West Africa, are the Jewish descendants from
That's
Shem,
right.
not
That's,
Ham? It is proven.
that's
They are
right.
the descendants of Shem.
Teach them.
Ham,
Teach them.
descendants were in Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan.
That's right. East.
Then the migration down to West Africa, including Ghana, is from the descendants of Shem. They don't tell the truth. Jaffa, Shem, and Ham. People will tell you that Ham descendants are cursed. No. In Africa, the descendants in West Africa migrated to the Central Africa are from Shem. We are not cursed. I don't accept that theory.
No,
We are
don't.
blessed. And in this latter days, before Jesus Christ comes, all these revelations you will know, researches you have done, and now people are bringing it out. So you are someone, you are valuable, you are a prince and a king. Well, that is why when Moses married Zipporah, Zipporah was a black. And do you know the children that came out of it? They won't tell you that you have the Jewish blood or the Abrahamic seed
That's it.
covenant. That's why we are here. We must reveal the truth. We must
Okay.
empower ourselves.
Yeah, the truth has to, because it's going to rise anyway.
Yeah.
The truth is coming to
And the
light.
wealth is coming.
Amen.
I have
There
a
it
dream.
is. Wait a
It's
minute.
not just like that.
Mhm.
God is going to surprise us, the black churches.
Okay. So got to be ready. See, the thing is that when God's actions take place, you just got to be ready.
Yeah. It's
Gotta-
coming like a train.
Mhm.
And it begins with what? A visionary, like Reverend Dr. DeLong and the
Mhm.
team.
Mhm.
If we, the ministers, can surround him, that great man over there,
That's right.
and then team up with him, it's unity, love, and vision to get this done. We just don't come here and listen alone. We have to act.
There you go. Action. It is so important. I am so thankful for you stopping by. Hopefully, we will be able to talk again and at
Oh, yeah.
Access Wealth Nation, because we're going to see the fruition of all of these things, including the dream, and be able to make a
Yeah,
difference.
and I will say this last.
Mhm.
I make a pledge to stay committed to this black church resurgence. I'll be talking to Reverend Dr. Dillon to pass and able to bring this to fulfillment. He has been doing this for a long time.
Yes,
and
he's
I'm
held the
so glad that
helm.
He invited me.
Hmm.
And that man is great. This man is great. And
He is.
let me tell you, I love people with vision.
There we are.
So I don't have many friends.
Oh, okay.
He's one of my only friends. One of
Well, that's a good friend to
yeah.
have
And
because you got a
we
mission
must
together.
get this done.
That's
We
it.
can, by the help of God. Let's start now. In Jesus' name. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
It's
much.
a privilege.
Definitely. Stop a second. We just have Access Wealth Nation. This is Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse giving you your checkup from a neck up. You have received from Bishop a great progression,
Yeah.
viewpoint, and the power of what's getting ready to happen. Let me tell you something. You got to get yourself ready. And whatever, those of you who are watching now, just realize that whatever you see and you feel in your hearts that you want to make a difference, you need to, that door is open and you need to run down here right now to get to meet people. But if
Right
you,
now.
right now,
You can't afford to miss it.
but if you don't do that,
Even stop your
like he
job
said,
and come.
view it later and then act because definitely information is good, but action is powerful. And so, again, thank you so much.
Hallelujah.
And definitely, we will be back with more
More.
interviews.
I'll come and
And
say, by the way, the last thing I was saying,
okay,
as this vision builds up, we take it to Africa,
yes,
Caribbean,
yes,
Jamaica.
there it is.
So please, this is what we are in for. Stop what you're doing. Connect.
Love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
I love the cameraman.
All right. You have been listening to Access Wealth
Yes, sir.
Nation
Thank
with
you.
Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse. Bishop has
Where
been
is my
wonderful.
program?
And
My program, where is it?
we are truly,
No, it
we are
was here.
it's over there.
My
Okay.
program, where is the
And we will be back with more
It
information.
was here. Somebody took it. I need
Greetings. We're back at Access Wealth Nation, of course, with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, giving you that checkup from the neck up, helping you to build your financial house. And of course, we're here at reSURGEnce 2022, and it's still time because it's up till 5 o'clock. You still have time to register and come. But again, I told you there's a lot of movers and shakers here today, and we have one that is. I passed the mover shaker. I don't know what you call the next level. I have Dr. George Frazier. And I mean, this is truly an honor. I have
My
followed
honor.
you years and years,
Yeah.
and you spoke last night about Dr. Clark. You talked, last night you just blew us out of the water. You said you were going to drop some gems.
Right.
You didn't drop gems. You dropped bombs. And there's so many things that you had to share. But what does this reSURGEnce 2022 mean to you?
Oh, I love the word. It's a powerful word, and it means to not only lift up, but to move forward with aggression, with empathy, sympathy, with leadership, um, and for the best of us to bubble up to the top and research. Because as you heard me say last night, no one's saving black people but black people. It's been 400 years and we ain't saved. So what are we waiting for? We're waiting for ourselves, right? And President Obama said that in his 2016 campaign, right? We are the ones we are waiting for. And the beauty is that we have it like that. We can do it. We just need unity. We need a sense of community.
Yes.
We need intellectual curiosity
Hmm.
that becomes the foundation of critical thinking. And so we need more critical thinkers um, who are displaying the kind of leadership that move a community and move a people forward. If a community is not moving forward, it is moving backwards. And if it's moving backwards, the old saying is if the fish stink, look to the head. It's leadership,
Yes.
leadership, leadership. Where are the Dr. Kings today?
Yes,
Where
where
are the
Stokely Carmichael you
Malcolm
mentioned
X?
last night. I thought about it. It hit my heart. Yes, where's the Malcolm X's? But also, they're there, but it's it's a different world today. I had the honor last year to go to Tulsa for the 100th anniversary,
Mhm.
and I got an award for being the Wall Street pioneer because I'm the first African American woman to trade on Wall Street as a full service broker. Fantastic. But it's got to go further than that. When I saw those 600 businesses that were destroyed there, and the fact that our money doesn't move out of it didn't move out of the community for 3 to 5 years, whereas today it's lucky if it lasts 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, and think about it. We're a 1.7 trillion dollar annual economy. If black people in America were a nation, we would be the 16th richest nation
Yes,
in the entire world. Our money
outdoing
goes in one
Spain.
direction, away from us, and we're some of America's richest, right? We are the consumption class, black people in
Yes,
America, and white folks are the merchant class. They make stuff, we buy stuff. As I like to say, the goal is to win, not to look like you're winning. I would rather carry a
that's right.
plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag
That's
with
it.
$100 in it. You ain't winning. You
Not at
just
all.
look like you're winning. Who's winning? Louis Vuitton, Nike, Dior, Gucci, Ferragamo.
Yeah, and we're not getting anywhere. We have nothing. As a matter of fact, I believe in if I'm going to have a name on something, it better be mine.
That's right.
But I have a question for you, which came up last night. That's why I wanted to talk to you. We're in a society right now where they're teaching us to be kumbaya. Everything is wonderful. We don't need to bring forth what happened in the past. We don't need, this is what I'm hearing from my young folks, my children's, it's that,
I hear it too.
yeah, and it's like, we, in my opinion, we have not gotten to the stage of where we can be so kumbaya. We haven't gotten there yet. Everybody else has risen and we're still hanging in the background. What do we do when someone says, especially when they say they want to write a paragraph to write us out of the slavery, out of his, what do we do? How do we rectify this? Because we're at that stage, our children are saying, well, that was then, my husband looks a different culture, that's how they talk. And, it's not about who you love, it's just the fact that you love.
Right.
And so I'm listening to this and we're in a stage, I remember, just to add to where I'm feeling, I remember David Frost and it was Diane Carroll. And David Frost loved her, but his mother said, marry that. You will lose everything that you have because this money has to stay in our family. That was powerful.
Oh yeah. So
So
she's telling the truth, right? No question about that. Dr. John Henry Clark spoke to this idea that a man without the knowledge, or a woman without the knowledge of their history, is like a tree without roots. We don't really know who we are. We all only know who we are. And that's why they did what they did. That we are the children, as I said last night, we are the children of the slaves that would not die. That we have the genetic encoding of the great kings and queens of Africa, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in caves, practicing cannibalism.
hmm
And in spite of the fact that America kept its foot on our throat for 400 years, we overcame that. We've risen. We've risen like the phoenix. So if everything happens for a reason
hmm
and serves us in some special way, and you will never understand that reason looking forward, you will only understand it looking backwards.
hmm
The deeper question here is, maybe we were not brought here. Maybe we were sent here. Do you believe that God would put his weakest people here to do his stuff? How
No.
could an America who could morally, spiritually, and biblically justify the kidnapping, raping, and pillaging of another people? Well, actually, another two people, natives already in
Yes, they did
America,
the true.
and Africans brought to America,
hmm
have any moral or spiritual grounding? And perhaps had God not sent Africans here,
hmm
America might have self-destructed by now,
Hmm.
right? So it's another way to look at it. God works in mysterious ways.
hmm
And if you can metaphorically think of us being sent here instead of brought here,
Hmm.
it is a reflection of the true power that we have and has been demonstrated time and time again from God's first people. You see, we were God's first people. The first human remains, humans as we know them, were born in the Olduvai Gorge in Ethiopia.
Yes,
Yeah, Ethiopia, those folks are blue black,
that's right.
right? So God made us first. We built the first great civilizations of humankind, much of what Eurocentric people, in terms of their thoughts and ideas and their religion, they stole, in a sense,
hmm
modeled, if you want to make it gentle, from the literature and the writing and the medicine and the engineering that we were doing before they came out of
The
caves,
beginning of civilization.
right? So why wouldn't a
Hmm.
young person want to know that
Hmm.
and to subconsciously feel his or her own power? If we knew that, internalized that, there would be no way that we would tolerate what we have received in this country. We have been stereotyped to death.
Definitely.
The only thing that a black person can do with excellence is sing and dance, play football, baseball, or basketball. Well, that's not true,
It's so not true.
right? As I said, we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when you were in caves. Come on, right? So it is very important. And I hear the same thing you hear from young people. Forget about that. Why are you always talking about that? Why do you
Hmm.
always bring that up? Because it is at the root of our problem. Our lack of wokeness and consciousness, our lack of knowledge of self, the lack of understanding the internal power, the spiritual power, the moral power in us first. We should envelop that and we should use that to press forward.
Okay, so we've got to find a way to, well, my whole feeling was we're going to have lobotomies take place. We've got to clean our minds of all these lies that we've been told
Oh, yeah.
and that we've accepted. Because when I made my first trip, by the way, I made my first trip to Egypt. That was my gift after undergrad, and I went with Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and Dr. Jeffries. So they were my,
Wow.
yeah. That was during the time.
Quite a trio.
It was, and we had was where Dr. Ben had created our learning material. So coming out of undergrad, I was enthused with all the things,
Yeah.
even with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, and
Where
today
are those people today?
they're all
But you see,
gone.
so I know and I fully understand, and you
Hmm.
are a living testimony of what I just said. You were surrounded by and immersed in from geniuses who understood it, who could interpret Sheikh Anta Diop, who could
Hmm.
interpret Chancellor Williams,
Yes.
the destruction of black civilization. And they poured that into you and thus empowered you,
Yes.
right? So, but much of that is gone. We
How
don't
do
get
we
it in
get it?
school. We don't get it at home.
No. How do we get it back?
Right.
What do we do? I know
We
you have a conference coming
Oh
up.
yeah. You certainly get it. Ours is an African-centered conference, right? It's in its 22nd year. Forbes magazine named the Power Networking Conference top five conferences in America not to be missed. Not one of the top five black conferences. Nothing
Hmm.
wrong with that. One of the top five of every conference put on in this country. And there we indoctrinate, if you will, gentle word, instill, if
Okay.
you will, the whole notion of who we are. We have presentations by Dr. Qua David Whitaker, an installed chief in the village of Atonqua in Elmina, a PhD and
Mm.
a practicing lawyer who now lives in Ghana with a dual citizen, United States citizenship, and a
Yes.
Ghanaian citizenship.
Yes.
We have Tony Browder, and we take regular trips with Anthony Browder to Egypt. He is the only black man in the history of the world to have his own dig in Cairo, right?
Right.
So, but all of this is part of reorienting our people. What we're going to start at the Power Networking Conference next year
Hmm.
is a national rites of passage program. You see, we do not have a rites of young people and adult
Hmm.
males and females. I went through one myself
I
40
did
years
too.
ago,
I did too
right?
when I was in my 20s,
So
definitely. So
you
that's 40 years
there you
also.
go, there you go. So you ask, what can we do?
Hmm.
Those are some of the things we can do,
Okay.
right? We're not going to change urban school history books. They don't cover this.
No.
No, at best they cover a modern Black history, let's call it the last 400 years since slavery, but it's much deeper and longer than that. So where are we going to have to get this? We're going to have to get this from home, right? And the responsibility will fall on the parents. Now, the problem with that is what you articulated earlier: the succeeding generations, X, Y, Z, and Generation Alpha, are not learning it. Now, my two sons learned it from me,
Of course.
right? They're not going to even get it in church, right? So, one of the places we need to install rites of passage programs with the spiritual base is in our churches. There are
Okay.
85,000 Black churches in America, right? About 10% of them are now focused on economic development, wealth creation, and financial literacy. That's a good big step in the right direction,
Okay.
and they should. The next big thing, next generations, must be a national rites of passage program, because that's where we go now. We do go to church,
We go to
and
church.
so that's not instilled in us by the most powerful institution historically in Black culture in America. Um, uh, we're gonna have a continuing problem, and it's
Well,
already succeeding to get worse.
I have this thing that, and again with the churches, we won't worry about it. With the churches, it's something that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark used to talk about. As long as we have the picture of God looking like, okay, our masters that have been through the past, how do we consciously see God within ourselves? And therefore, if we're dealing in the churches, like I know there's been many a church, and the picture of Jesus has changed because logically and historically, he couldn't look with the blonde hair, blue eyed deal. Okay, it just can't be.
No,
But
it's
since,
crazy.
but
It's part of our insanity.
it's there. It's almost like, I know you may remember, like I do, with Good Times, when Florida had the Black Jesus,
That's right.
and it was like, no, 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 I can't accept that. You know,
That's
so
how psyched out we are.
yeah. So if we're talking about one of the most strongest institutions that we have that can help to build that Christ energy inside our children, but yet when they look at the Christ energy, it doesn't look like them. How do
Well, to help our people to continue to teach, to help our people understand that that is on the other side of crazy, and that now the upside of, and there's a very important point you're making. The upside is that most Black churches in America have gotten rid of the blonde hair, blue eyed
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
Does not exist in basically the Black church. There's been a new Bible, the African American version,
I have that? Yes.
by King Fell, which all of the images in that Bible are Black, and you
Yes,
see
they are.
Jesus on the cross is Black,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So the imagery has changed. Also in that Bible are highlights of where Africans are referred to and spoke of and spoke. So we see our place in the Bible.
Okay.
So, yes, Eurocentric people, white folks, have colonized the image of God. And unfortunately, we will not free our minds until we free ourselves of a white God.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's just the cold hard truth.
You're right.
Now, that's easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. You got 400 years of that,
Yeah. And
right? You've
brain.
got 12, 15 generations of that,
Yeah.
right? So that's a tall order. So I consider that to be what I call an intergenerational issue. It's
Okay.
not going to be solved on our watch.
Okay.
We ain't gonna live to be
We're
that
not going to see that.
right? No. But what we will do is we will set the table. We will frame it properly. We will leave writings and speeches and talks and books that speak to that, right? And then we will pass the baton to they will run the next leg in this marathon,
Okay.
right?
Got
Not
it.
a relay race,
It's a
right? It's not
marathon.
a 400 meter,
It's long.
right? No, this is long. So we have to be committed to that. We can't give up on that. And when your young people say, "Oh, won't you leave that alone? Won't you stop?" No, no. That is at the foundation of what ultimately will set our minds free. And once we set our minds free, we're on the path to real freedom. And this is why I brought up yesterday understanding the difference between African centered thinking and Eurocentric thinking.
Mm-hmm.
African centered worldview and Eurocentric worldview. You see, we're going to have to deal with these folks. There's no way around it,
Oh yeah.
right? No,
Okay.
we're going to, right. So if you're going to have to deal with them, you need to understand them. You need to understand how they think. You need to understand their worldview. You need to understand their cosmology. You need to understand their ethos. So, in dealing with them, you can understand what's important to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's important to you,
Yes.
and you can flex and bend, right? You're trying to make a deal. Well, if you're sitting down trying to make a deal with an average Eurocentric person, and you start bringing God and the Holy Spirit, well, they ain't feeling that. That's not who
No,
they
that
are,
ain't what they dealing with.
right? That's not what they're dealing with. So,
Mm-mm.
you're writing your deal, you're framing your deal um, from from a serving perspective, but the way you talk to them about it is right.
Mm-hmm.
Money,
Mm-hmm.
money, profit,
Yes.
right? But but a but a fair profit, right? You talk to them about honesty. You talk to them about integrity. You talk to them about what earns people's trust. These are all things that we know and feel. And that's what's in it for them, of course, is the profit. That's what they're looking for. All right.
Yeah, they want the
They
profit.
want the money.
And one
Not,
of
not
the
that we don't want the money.
no, I
Right,
was
right. But we want the money our way. We don't want the money their way.
right.
Right. As you know, one of their Eurocentric thinking is the simple frame survival of the fittest. What does that mean? I'm stronger than you. Therefore, I will trash, walk over, around, beat you down to get what I want. Right?
Yeah.
That's how they think. We don't think that way. We understand that life is about divine laws, that life is about connectedness,
Commerce.
right? Right. Certainly, life is about commerce, but there's a way that you do that with integrity.
Yes.
Right. So these are lessons that have to be taught. Now, this is easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do or to undo. Extraordinarily difficult. It will take, people ask me all the time, Dr. Fraser, how long do you think it will take for us to close the
Gap.
income and wealth gap between
With
us and them? Oh, about 100 years, 3 to 5 generations,
yeah, that's a
right?
long time.
That's a long time, but we have to have patience. And what we do know that everything that God has created is either growing or dying. It's changing, right? There's no in between. You grow or you die, right? So our thinking, hopefully, is growing with the proper instruction from the proper models, the proper coaches, the proper mentors, the proper people in your life. That's why I said yesterday, um, introduce me to your 5 closest friends, and that will tell me who you are.
Yes, that's
As they know and as they go, so go you. Don't spend major time with minor people. People going nowhere want you to go nowhere with them. People doing nothing want you to
and
do
if
nothing
you
with
have
them.
those minor people, get some new.
Bless them and release them.
I tell you, I could talk to you for eternity. Continue. I just, you know, you've given me some real realities. I, in my heart, want to see us rise financially because of that $1.7 trillion that needs to come back into our community. The fact that people who are, because I get it all the time from my associates that look different than I do, that say that, well, the people have arrived. You've got, people who have a lot of money. I said, yeah, but if you look even at who their partners are, it will not be coming back into our community. That's just the truth. So
including wedlock, by the way.
that's right. That's right. So,
There's more interracial marriages today than ever before.
and the commercials are out there. We don't even get a chance to.
Yeah, in fact, in commercials, I mean, I was commenting on that with my wife of 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
You hardly even see white people in commercials. I mean, you got blacks, Hispanics,
Yep.
Asians,
Yep.
gays.
Everybody.
It's all mixed up now.
As my mom
There's
used
a
to call it,
psychology to that
the
too.
world of no nations.
Yeah, right. It's amazing. So it shows some progress, but we still have to monitor that as well. We have to be mindful. But nothing will replace good and righteous teaching, right? We cannot expect them to do that for us. They're not. It is not in their best interest.
No, like you said, it's going to be up to
Right.
us. If it's
up
to
to us.
be, it's
So-
up to we.
That's right. That's
That's
right.
it.
No question about it. So I accept the challenge. I have for the last 50 years. I'm doing what I can. I hope I'm modeling behavior that woke and conscious brothers and sisters will model. And then over time, you and I, as I said earlier, we won't see it. That's okay,
Hmm.
right? We made our mark. We put our thumbprint on it.
Okay.
We preached repeatedly what is right, right? And the rest will take care of itself.
Okay. Well, that's some hope. I just have to be reincarnated so I can come back and
That's
see
right.
it.
Wouldn't you love to come back? I've said that to my wife. I want to come back and see, let's say 50 years or 75 years, what progress we have made.
Where did we go?
What
Did it
happened?
happen?
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
believe, I know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I was at the African Leadership Awards, and I was blessed to receive an award there. And I closed out by saying is that, the old adage is that together the ants ate the elephant. I said, but the real deal is that together the ants conquered the elephant.
There you go. There's a beautiful African proverb. You've heard it before. I use it all the time. When spiders unite, they can tie up a lion.
There you go. That's a
Right.
powerful one. So I have had the joy and the honor and the privilege to be able to speak and show you all what Dr. George Frazier has to offer. Now, he also has, just while this conference is going on, the opportunity for you to even get more information. It will be in, I forgot what month it's in.
August the 2nd through the 5th in Houston, Texas. If you want more information, just go to powernetworkingconference.com. That's powernetworkingconference.com. Special offer, include an adult and a student, and be there. This is where the movers and shakers and decision makers, those brothers and sisters who are woke and conscious, this is where we meet, have this kind of discussion. It is a training conference. It's not a bunch of folks speechifying. We are training our people, and that's what we do.
So definitely, if we want to make a difference, we've got to come out. We have to support. We have to learn. Teaching is important. And then once you've learned, you have to internalize it. Don't just externalize it and say, I went. Internalize it and then act.
There you go.
So again, thank you so
It
much.
was
I
wonderful.
appreciate
Great
you.
questions and an incredible audience. Love you. Keep doing God's work.
Will do. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, giving you your financial checkup from the neck up. You have got an opportunity to hear from one of our great griots, our kings, our information and growth that we can get. We have have to still maintain our elder where we're going to learn. And so since I've taken on that level of elder myself, I'm handing you this information also. So again, this is Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse at the reSURGEnce 2022. Be who we are, become great, and rise. Be back again in a few minutes with some more interviews.
Peace out.
Tuesday.
So we have some amazing, amazing panelists today. I'm going to introduce everyone. My co-panelist, Dr. Yana Woodhouse. I'm going to, yeah. I told her I'm going to be like her when I grow up. So, recognized as one of the leading financial advisors in the country, Dr. Yana has over 33 years of experience in the industry, an award-winning certified financial planner, registered securities broker and options trader, a tax consultant. Dr. Woodhouse has been a forerunner in financial strategy and solutions over 2 decades. She also in 2016 became the host of Access Wealth Nation TV show, which is currently seen on the Soul City network in over 480 million homes. And yeah. In 2021, she received the prestigious Wall Street Pioneer Award at the 100th anniversary ceremony of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And 2 weeks ago, she received the African Leadership Award. So welcome my co-host, Dr. Nicole. Our first panelist I'd like to introduce is Dawn Kelly. Now, Dawn Kelly is the founder and CEO of the Nourish Spot. She opened a food and health beverage haven with her 2 young children. We're going to talk about legacy in this panel as well. She opened it with her 2 young adult children, Owen and Jade, in 2017. She's had over 30 years experience in public relations, marketing, and communications. She was Entrepreneur of the Year by New York State ESD in Queens and Queens Economic Development Committee. And in 2019, during right before the pandemic, in 2019, she also received another award recognized as Business Owner of the year by the Small Business Administration for micro businesses. She is a graduate of the Goldman Sachs KSB program, and she sits on the mayor's Small Business Advisory Commission. She comes from a background where she was working with Prudential. She served for over 16 years as a VP of PR for Prudential. So this is Ms. Dawn Kelly. Our next panelist is Troy Thompson. Troy is an experienced entrepreneur and CEO. He is the founder of TGT Technologies, an award-winning IT company committed to creating diversity in the tech space. TGT Technology has been able to secure several corporate accounts, including Spectrum, New York City Health and Hospital Corp, Rapid Realty, Rotting House Publishing, to name a few. And in addition, he services small businesses throughout the city. So welcome, Troy. Our next panelist is Jeffrey Morneau. Yes, Morneau, French. He is the founder of the Jeffrey Morneau Atelier. And Chef Jeff, he is the chef, has grown his business from custom cakes and local events into a global luxury event planning atelier. He curates corporate activations, so he works for or with major corporations to do activations all over. He also has a roster of celebrity clients. And during the pandemic, his industry really came to a standstill if you're anyone in the event planning industry. And he was able to pivot by creating a catering line of gourmet patties, which sell out every time they hit the internet. He has a thriving business. Juan Lewis is our next panelist. Juan is a financial services professional within the greater New York area. He's been doing so for over 10 years. He, since the beginning of 2004, he's worked with several companies, including John Hancock Financial Network, Mass Mutual, Bernstein Fisher, Allstate, the SIAA and Sands Group, and now he is the co-founder and the one of the CEO of Sage Heritage. Our next panelist is attorney Deborah Innocent. She is the principal attorney of Innocent Law. She earned a bachelor's of economics and finance at St. John's University. And following that, she worked for the Internal Revenue Service. This is major. Anyone who is a tax professional knows you need allies at the IRS. So she has an inside view, right? And she is a lawyer. Okay, so she earned her law degree at the New York Law School Tax LMM program. Her specialties in her practice include commercial, residential real estate. Ms. Innocent, or Attorney Innocent, also owns a real estate brokerage, which she's the principal broker. So there's some gems there: tax, law, real estate brokerage, right? She also specializes in foreclosure defense, loss mitigation, loan modifications, short sales, short supply settlements, forbearances, landlord tenant issues, business incorporation and planning. She does contract and sales law. She also does audits with the IRS, estate planning, elder law, and wealth planning. She sets up asset protection trusts as well. All right? All right. And last but not least, step out of the way so you guys can see him, is Marlon Graham. Marlon Graham is a private investor and an entrepreneur for more than 10 years. He has a background in economics with a specialization in business management, litigation support for solo practitioners and small law firms. Marlon is on a mission to share his passion for researching and investing in disruptive technologies such as cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. He currently owns and operates One Mar Consulting, a litigation support and research consultancy company. So he knows how to move and use digital assets. Talk about that. All right. I do want to say a disclaimer because there are a lot of us here that have professional licenses. So this panel is for informational purposes only. The information being shared is not personal financial advice or legal advice for your personal situation. All investments, including stocks, cryptocurrency, and precious metals, are highly speculative in nature and involve substantial risk of loss. So I do have to make that statement. Any consultations, they are all available, afterwards, and we can connect. All right. So let's get into it. The panel is broken up into 3 sections. We're going to talk about wealth creation. We're going to talk about how to protect and retain. And we're going to talk about wealth transfer. I'm going to touch on a little bit of each of those. So instead of going into how you guys started your business, earlier, the commissioners that spoke made some very good points about the state of Black business owners right now. And one of the points that really stuck out to me is that we don't necessarily have all our ducks in a row, right? We need to get things in order. And if we talk about wealth creation, we have to have a vehicle, right? We need to create that money to be able to put it somewhere, right? So we need to be able to create that seed. COVID had an effect on a lot of our businesses. And I want to ask each panelist, how were you able to pivot and create streams of income coming out of COVID? How does that look for your business right now in the city? I want to go ahead and I'm going to start with Dawn. And there's a reason why. She has been able to secure so many grants that I've never even heard of. She is very, very meticulous with her finances. And I want to talk to you, Dawn, as a restaurateur in the city. I know that this had an effect on you. How were you able to pivot and really thrive?
Thank you very much for that question. I'm glad to be here today. The Nourish Spot, a fresh and healthy cafe located in Jamaica, Queens, and it's still a new phenomenon actually to the neighborhood. And so we opened right before the pandemic. We opened in 2017. 2018 was our first real year. And we were still trying to build up, customer base. So when 2020 rolled in and, it was a pandemic and we had to close our doors. Luckily for us, we had already set up digital marketing. We had already had relationships with all of the food delivery. Initially, it said you had to shut everything down. So we couldn't let people come in the door. But we needed to figure out how we would still be able to make money and I could pay my bills and my staff. And so we had heavy reliance on digital. But the other part of it was when I was starting the business and looking for capital, I couldn't find it. So I invested in myself. But now during COVID, now all of these businesses and organizations were looking to be more benevolent, I would say, towards people of color in their businesses. They were offering grant money. And so I used my background in PR to write narratives. I mean, we're at an event where we're talking about the divine. Well, I realized that God had given me the skills for such a time as that, okay? And so I was able to use my PR skills and my writing skills to actually write narratives about why the Nourish Spot was a good place for people to give grant money. We not only feeding people in our community, health is wealth. We all know that. Not healthy, money means nothing, right? We're also providing internship opportunities for children, for young people, college students, high school students, and last but not least, also providing information about jobs and all kind of information that can help people live longer, vital lives. And so I used that information and I submitted it to every single grant, even if they had 5
learned some things from her because I was shocked, right? At the money that she was able to access. I want to ask Jeff the same question because as an event planner, your industry was done, right? How did you pivot into your online business? He has a tremendous social media following. So you can talk about how you were able to pivot. Go ahead.
All right. How you doing? So I think every time like I hear the story, I'm always like shocked that I actually did it. I just like I just it's something I never have a plan, right? When it that nobody had a COVID plan. So it was just like you gotta get it done. I had just bought my house in November 2019 and the pandemic hit March 2020. So now I have no plan to get it mortgage. I'm just like, what do I do now? Before I got heavy into cooking, I was a baker, so I used to make like wedding cakes, cakes, all types of cakes, and I got beside myself when my business started to flourish. And I said, you know what, I don't want to make no more. I'm gonna just cook. Then the thing that kept me afloat during the pandemic was the trait that I tried to put to sleep, and that was me going back to my KitchenAid mixer and busting out those cakes. So throughout the pandemic, I started selling birthday cakes again. We leave it outside for staff, this job, and clients pick it up. I thought to myself, I made patties one time, Asian patties one time. For the pandemic, people were coming to pick them up freshly baked from a restaurant that I'm working out of.
They're delicious.
And I was like, wait, how do I keep this going? Like, what do I do? And I remember that some people didn't want a dozen baked patties when they picked up. Some would request that they get a frozen set. It's like, would people even order these frozen for me? So I really just like dropped the link, and I think I said, no one knew how many dozen I had prepared. I said, let me just try it out. And I think I put about like maybe 20 dozen up there, and they sold out within like the first 2 hours. I was like, okay.
That's your money.
Right, let's do 40. So I just started doing like the capacity of what I could do, and then it almost became like a monthly thing of selling like 2,500 to 3,000 patties every month during the pandemic.
Yes.
Right. And it was out every single time I posted it. And one of those things was just like, I had to cap how many I was making. So I had to like being able to like understand what you need help as well too. And then I'm scared to bring anybody into my house. I was like, what you got? I want it. What I got. So I was kind of scared, but I basically figured it out. Like I tapped natural resources, baking, and being a dope Haitian chef, I knew that Haitian patties to the world. Let's keep it going, So even then, I was even able to introduce a third type of food that people didn't even know existed. I feel like Haitian food is like one of those foods that I think people sleep on the most, but other than that, I think we have the best food. All right, no,
Have you been to Jamaica?
you know what? I love me a good patty with boba bread. I can't even front you, right? But no, it's pretty good. But there's a disconnect with Asian culture because of the language that we speak. I think that the language barrier kind of holds us back from being able to flourish within the American culture, like Jamaican culture. I feel like I'm the current young person that's bridging the gap for that. So back to kind
Jeff and Dawn mentioned something really important. They went back to their original talents. And the reason why we wanted to start with like where your seed is coming from, a lot of times we look at, outwardly for our resources. And one of the things I know I had to learn in my business was that your resources really do lie within. And people talk about scaling, and sometimes scaling has to do with taking on more talent and paying more people. But sometimes scaling has to do with a horizontal scaling. What services can we add to our repertoire that we already know how to do, that people already value, that they will pay for? And that's what they did. They went back to those that type of thinking, and that's how they got through the pandemic. The next question I really want to move into, for Deborah and you, Doctor, as well. When we're setting up our businesses, as a financial professional, I see that the entity is very important. No matter what stage you're going to decide that entity, the entity you decide upon is very important. And there's two aspects to your entity. There's the legal protection versus the tax consequence. And sometimes people think, oh, I have an LLC and I'm good. You're not good, right? There's two parts to that LLC. You have to make a tax distinction, and there's then a legal, repercussions to that. And I want you to touch on that. If you want to go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, I'll go first. I have a new system, right? For the legal side, but there is, I'm glad you put it that way. There's the legal side and there's the tax. As I always say, is if I can get it out, it's ridiculous. Everybody says they have an LLC. The question I need to ask is, so how are you going to be taxed? Are you one member? Are you two members? Is it partnership? Do you have an S corp? Is it part of the S under the? What's going on? And then here comes your headline. I don't know. Okay, well, what did you put on the form that you got your EIN number? Well, I just put LLC. I was like, okay, that's nice. That's not the way IRS will see it. So it is very important. I'll just throw my note in here is that you need to have your team. Your team has to consist of, and you need to interview them to make sure. And you need a good accountant. Again, another interview. Okay, preferably a referral. Then you need a financial advisor. Now you might be lucky, you might get me who has both, but then I go get Deborah and be good. But the thing is that it is so important to know how you why, because Uncle Sam truly will become your uncle. And he will be in your pocket, in your bank account. He will close your business down. So don't put yourself in that type of position. It is very seriously important when you set up your structure, you sit with, and it's really good because Deborah knows how to structure and send it out and then get creative. And then you can also double check Deborah on the tax side. That's how we work. And so if you don't do that, or if you have an LLC right now, go find out what did you put on, what was put on that phone, because you know what we did. Whatever internet site, and you went to what I call the factory. That's the factory. Yeah. Well, the factory can't talk to you, can't help you. To the professionals. So it is imperative because if you don't start with a good foundation, you are apt to fall. So I'll defer to my legal. Go ahead. So I always say, as a transactional attorney, there's two things that we do: is preventive maintenance and loss mitigation. I like to be on the preventive maintenance side. I don't want you to come to me and then now I have to mitigate your loss because you didn't pick the right entity, you didn't pick the right formation, right? So there's so many things. It's not just like, okay, well, how do I want to be taxed and how do I want to be protected? What type of business do I have? That's important. Right? Because you don't want anybody to have an ideal real estate. So I invest all the time. Have a main entity as an umbrella, and each property that you have, you have an LLC. And it's a holding company. If it's a holding company, you don't want to do compliance for all your LLCs. If the holding company is disregarded for tax reasons. But you don't want your main LLC to be disregarded because now you're paying self-employment tax. Yep. So if you work yourself, you can't go self-employment tax. Also have unemployment. You can't walk into the unemployment office and say, hey, I'm not making no money right now. Check. Unless you want to, and you can pay your own Social Security, you can be your own employee. So it's very important to know from the beginning, structure yourself, especially your main entity yourself. You structure your entity, and now you can bridge upon that entity. So now it's a point, and even on the tax hat, because I wear the tax hat as well, but I wear the tax hat. I tell my clients it's important to have that
compliance person, because I'm here for tax, right? So when you come to me with an LLC, you're telling me, well, I want to pass through which means that, I want to pass through my income and I want to pay as an S corp where I don't have to pay as self-employment tax. Guess what? Even though there's exceptions under the IRC for regular corporations after 3 years, but they still have a window to do that S corp election. You can't do it as an LLC. Understand? So, and then also you have to think about, what lending, what type of lending do you want? Some institutions want you to have an LLC. Some institutions want you to have a corp. Or how many people are involved in your business, right? So if you have multiple people involved, it's easier to manage it as an LLC as well. There's just so many components. So you have to see the type of business a person is in. Is it real estate? Is it selling goods? And then from there you can see what entity makes sense for that person. And then what if you have a business doing things all over the place, and like, well, not just New York, doing things in 50 states, like you're selling your patents all over. This is what I see. But hey, that's your brother, right? My family's from New York, and I gotta big that up. So it's important to also know jurisdiction, right? To know what you can do in certain other states. And that's important as well. It's important to know that at the beginning. So I don't know if I too verbose is the question is a big umbrella. Yeah. But I try to summarize as much as I can. Yeah, I'll let you proceed. Yeah. Yeah, she dropped a lot of gems. I hope you guys caught that. Especially that S corp where you avoid that 15.3% tax. So essentially you're double taxed, right? So S corp is important. Understanding your entity, your partners, all of that is important. I want to switch gears a little bit because the purpose of this panel, we see as professionals very large conceptual things online, very grandiose discussions, and that's cool. But we wanted to bring very tangible information that you can actually implement like today that applies to your situation. And the space that is very confusing to a lot of people right now is digital assets, blockchain, crypto. How does that intertwine with my business? What does that mean for me? What opportunities might exist in that space? Are you afraid of that? Right? The world is moving in a certain direction. And if we're going to talk about creating wealth, we have to be up to the times, right? So I wanted to ask Marlon, what opportunities are there in the blockchain, digital assets, crypto space, specifically for business owners?
Thank you for having me. A few opportunities there. One, I would say, metaverse. A lot of people heard that term since Facebook changed the name to Meta. But rest assured that we are already operating in metaverse. What do I mean by that? Take out your cell phone, access text messages, emails on a digital space, virtual space. So metaverse is sort of like a step up from what we are accustomed of doing. And so what I encourage businesses to do is to start to get a space in the metaverse, meaning the same way how most of you probably have online presence, right? You should probably start to think about having metaverse presence, right? So there are companies out there right now who are purchasing virtual lands inside this metaverse space. Right now, it might seem far-fetched, but I think by 2030 and beyond, we'll start seeing more and more companies transition from not just having a website or online presence, but having a presence in this space. So that's one opportunity. Second, you have the opportunity of payment, using cryptocurrency as an additional option, similar to how we transition from cash to now giving our customers credit cards as another second option. And thirdly, cryptocurrency as a third option. Also, in terms of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, I think there's also opportunity there as well. Much of our, uh, let's say our driver's license, our passports, our birth certificate, at some point will become digital. And we're not going to have the need to walk around with those physical documents anymore. So the NFT platform is not just about art, right? It's beyond art, because if we are going to have a digital economy where your birth certificate, your driver's license, your voter's registration card becomes digital, the question that we always have to ask is, well, how is that going to be secure, right? What would stop or prevent someone from making a counterfeit of that digital document, right? So this is where NFTs come in place now, where the actual digital birth certificate, digital driver's license become an NFT to prevent fraudsters from making counterfeit copies and so forth. So in general, I think blockchain technology is if you think about it, it's more so a security layer for the internet. And I think that more and more our businesses could start to operate on blockchain technology. Not sure if I answered.
You did. You answered. Should I ask you, how soon do you think this will start to evolve?
Well,
because we got 76 million baby boomers, and I'm one of them. And Lord,
so okay, so I was watching the other day. I was looking at a video from this gentleman named Tony Saban. He talks a lot about disruptive technology, and he showed a picture of 1900 New York City downtown Fifth Avenue. In that picture, it had horses, which was the #1 mode of transportation. Once automobiles came, the introduction of automobiles, 13 years later, they didn't find any horses or cars. So what does that show us? Every disruptive technology, once there's regulations in place, it takes about 13 years for that disruptive technology to change the face of the industry. What we're seeing with crypto, we have an opportunity right now in our community to sit in front of us and not in the back of us. We have an opportunity to see the future 5, 10 years ahead and start to invest, right? So not sure if I'm going on course, but if you think about, for example, electric vehicles, have the infrastructure bill. A lot of that money is going towards what? Charging stations. So that tells me that I need to now start putting my money invested into charging stations, right? Because the likelihood that I'm going to see gas stations 2030 is very slim, right? So you're looking at a complete industry that's going to change and evolve over time. And I think as business owners, we have to get ahead. We have to start looking at the world 10, 5, 10, 15 years in advance.
All right, so that's a lot. Speaking on the technology side, Troy has a technology company in which he sets up technical infrastructure for companies. How important is that now that things are becoming digital to protect your business in terms of the hardware? What are you finding and how important is that?
Well, it's very important. You have anyone that goes online, I don't care if it's Facebook, Instagram, check your email, it don't matter. Your own mind, something about you that's going on. So that being said, you got to protect yourself. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. There's no
I won't say there has to be an expensive way, but going the cheap route. Because you want to pay. One of the hardest things about introducing technology. Sometimes you have to pay up front. Things you can pay on the back end, saying, okay, I don't want nobody coming in my stuff. I don't want this. I don't want this. It's like, we know the things that we don't want. To say, oh, what's the price? But that price is always higher on the back end. Try to express this to my business owners. Set yourself same way you would anyway, but this way you have to protect yourself. Let's say 10 to 20 times more. Due to the reason we all up here, we know one thing. We all have clients. Right? We have clients. What is the number one thing that we have? Security. Exactly. That right there. I don't want to seem like I'm going off course, but I just want to give you real-time scenarios and y'all can understand why this. Go to your law firm. I give you my information. I give you my credit cards. Store my credit card information. Everywhere that we know that's mandatory. I don't feel it's important to spend X amount to protect for intrusions, or you didn't feel it was important for you to get acquired. Or when we give you the all-out package saying, hey, look, this may cost you X, Y, Z, but as a business also, you have to be flexible. Installments, break it down, but what things you want to make sure the person is covered. So they're not covered. Get back to the little point. So if I go to find out all my money's been taken, all my accounts been exposed, what's the first thing I do? I got to start going backwards and start tracing it. If I find out you had an intrusion, how much more is that going to take you as a whole business and just overall so we can see it? Because first thing we have to do is we pack. Say, what's up, security?
That's important. So we have to wrap it up. There's just one more statement I want to make. We're going to wrap it up. One, this is a question I was going to ask you, but since, in the interest of time, it is very important, and we're wrapping up the panel, that when you start your business, you start it with the end in mind. A lot of our businesses do not consider a succession plan. So we get into business, and 30 years later, you think your business is worth more than it is. Your paperwork was never done right, or your business is worth more than it is, and someone shortchanged you when they came in. Your kids are not prepared to take over your business because one, they're not interested, or two, they're not educated enough to take over that business. They'll run it to the ground. You have to have a succession plan. Deborah does trust and management in terms of how to navigate that. One is someone that is able to set up self-directed IRA funds, buy-sell agreements. There's certain insurance policies that you can put in place that years down the line, if a partner dies, and the family does not want to acquire this business, it can be paid for out of that insurance policy. Doctor knows as well, right? So there are things that we can set up and put in place. That is the last point that I felt is very important to end on, because we're talking about wealth transfer. I have purchased a multi-billion-dollar business and know that on the other end, what I was sold, I didn't look at it the way she looked at it. We have built businesses from the ground, and I know if someone comes in to purchase from me, what they need to see on my books and how I need to sell that. If my goodwill is as valuable as I say it is, right? So you don't want to build something, and at the end, your retirement plan, no one's coming to save us. As business owners, it's not like we're getting a social security check and you don't pay into it properly, right? So this is very important. We're all available after to see and speak to in our own individual practices. I want to thank you guys so much for your time, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
come forward, please. We can start this next session.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
You cut me off, right? They're over here now. I'm still on, but okay, cool. I'll keep it on. Yeah. Anna wants to take pictures. Got a camera? On my phone, it's being your phone. You can use that camera now. I can zoom out.
Yeah, I want some of the other help. So I need to know what's in those packets.
Oh, yes, Jeff. He wants your information to know.
What's in the packets?
So we're back with Access Wealth Nation. As you know, we've had the opportunity to introduce you to a lot of movers and shakers at this event, which is the reSURGEnce 2022. Very powerful. And there's always, with the element of bringing all of these businesses, Black businesses, together, teaching people how to be into businesses and not only be in business, but to also recreate so that we can enhance our community. And as you all know, this has been my mantra is that we have to work and build and create our own wealth. But it's always good to find someone who has like mind. And the beginning of this, the creation of this idea goes to one person, and that is our Reverend Dennis Dillard.
Blessings,
I
blessings,
mean, this is
blessings.
such a blessing. I am just so excited that I get a chance to interview you.
I'm excited to talk to you.
You are awesome. God has given you a mission, and you are doing it. And it is so important. Today and yesterday, I will tell anyone. Originally, I told y'all had time. I don't think you might have time to come down here now because I was telling folks to come, But if you didn't pick up to do that, you see that we're live. You can go back and look and see what genius we have in our communities. But Reverend Dillon, you have done it. You have to just pat yourself on the back and say, thank you, Lord, because that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Lord,
Well,
for.
indeed, I'm going to say thank you, Lord. I'm not going to pat myself on the back because, this is such an important work. So at the end of the day, it's not my work. It's the Lord's work. It's not. I recognize that it's my mission and it's my mandate because it is what the Lord has called me and instructed me to do. But as you rightly stated, the genius in the room, the power in the room, just the amazing men and women who've been here, who came through. We see actor Malik Yoba, and we never for a moment are we thinking that here he is in communities pulling young people, children together. He's developing real estate all across the country.
Yes.
And I love the fact that he just merged these three passions together: real estate development with education and young people so that they can learn real estate development. And of
Building
course, he's
legacy.
doing stuff and building legacy. Very, very key. Dr. George Fraser, the mayor of the city of New York, and the deputy commissioner Gross, and just such a long list of great men and women that are committed to doing great things.
And not only that, but let's talk about, we've got the people who are influencers. We've got them. But the business owners that are here, the type of, you have an entire village there of people who are entrepreneurs, and that says we can buy from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that I'm inspired by, and that I work so hard to accomplish, and that is diversity, because I think one of the big problem I find in the black community in America is the lack of diversity that exists amongst us. Um, and so when we do gatherings like this, I've always been committed that it's not a Baptist movement. So it's Baptist, it's Methodist, it's Seventh Day Adventist, some of the ones that we never even bring in sometimes. It's the spiritual Baptist. It is everybody that is coming together in the same room. It's not just African Americans, but it is Caribbean Americans, it's continental Africans, it's Afro Latinos, and so there's just a merging and an amalgamation of all of us coming together as one people. That is key, that is critical.
That is truly the African diaspora.
Absolutely.
That's it. Everybody's the y'all come. You come, you accept your family. And that's what I felt here, was that this was not just, okay, we're talking and now we go. No, you've got a call to mission and to do. And that's in every panel that came out, is that don't just listen to us, do.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have to do. And I'm really excited. And I know I asked you this before. My question is, how are you going to follow through with this? How are we going to follow up to see how many people talk to the lenders? How many people enhance their businesses? You know, it was inspirational when I met Dawn Kelly with her what is it called, nutrition spot,
Yeah.
right? This is inspirational. So how are you going to follow through? So because all these people they had the ability, they have people that they can link to, and we have linked. I got so many cards and people and things that that I can help to promote. So how you going? What you going to do? Because you deserve to find out how this works.
And that's key. And what I like about that is that nobody can walk out of this room any of these 2 days and said that they didn't get anything out of it. If they didn't get anything out of it,
They
that's
did.
totally on them. I mean, there's every kind of resources just to hear all the monies that are available, to hear the resources, to hear about the mentorship support that's available,
Yes.
the corporate contracts. We have
The grant
the
writers.
grant writers, the free money, literally.
That was it.
It's just a lot of resources. So to your question, our commitment, as we've gathered everybody's information and data, it's really about us following up with the individuals. We've actually went through the process to make sure that that is in place. And because we've put that in place, there is going to be follow up. We can never monitor everything,
Right.
but our commitment is that we're going to monitor enough of this so that the goals that we have set for this reSURGEnce 2023 initiative will be accomplished. And we have very specific goals. Our goal is at least 50 black businesses receiving microloans, 50,000 and
Okay.
under. We have goal at least 50 black businesses, loans of 50,000 and over the
Okay.
next year or so. Our goal is we want to see at least 20 to 30 black owned businesses becoming minority women business certified over the next year. We have goals around how many businesses we want to see have contracts with the city of New York,
That's
with the
right.
state of New York, with the federal government. So all of these specific goals are there. And our journey really now is to work to ensure that we meet
Well,
them.
I will say, and mark my words, you're going to succeed, but over succeed your goals, because just from the people that I've spoken to, that I've interviewed, they're on a run. And when this is not just, Dr. Frazier said it was a marathon, and I said, yeah, but this is a sprint. Because people are geared up. You did something that set fire within our community. And what I've told everyone is, and I'm telling y'all now, you get the information, you need to share it. You need to go back to the reSURGEnce 2022 site, get all the information you can, all the videos, the streaming that was done, it's still there, and you need to look and participate. And once you get the information, you've got to act. Don't let it sit, because if you did, then you saying, what are you saying to yourself? I'm going to do nothing. So
And it speaks to the concept of resurgence. And we really don't want anyone to miss the idea that the focus here is to resurge. We want to see a revival, a restoration, a renaissance. So the is critical to the journey and the process. But as you talk about the fire, that's the surge. And it speaks to the fact that it's not the first time that black people are doing this.
No.
Before other people, other races even understood economics, we've been talking economics and doing economics. Before others had businesses, we've been business owners. We've trained others. The fact of the matter, America's biggest fear of black people is that just leave us alone, give us our real freedom, It's more than just the chains being removed from our hands and our feet.
Yes.
It's the freedom of having access to our own money. It's the freedom of us being able to live in our own community, do what we want to do. It's the freedom of not being overly influenced by biased media and outlets. And when we have that freedom, the reality is that we outshine, outlast, and outdo. Just imagine in a couple of years, black people are out of freedom and we're building Wall Street. Before
Yes.
before America and white folks had a Wall Street,
That's right.
we had one. So this resurgence is really now about the journey for this revival.
This is so awesome and so great. I can't even say I'm looking forward to the next 5 years. I think next year we're going to see a serious change, like a revival. You're going to wonder because I remember, I think it was Dr. Frazier who said is that we're going to turn around and how do we make a difference in our community? Is that we have to do it. It's up if it's to be, it's up to us. And the thing is that I think he said it was is that Hoover said that what was the worst thing that could happen, and it's that the Negroes get together
Yeah.
and bind together. Well, roll over in your grave now because we're here.
As you talk about, Edgar
J.
Hoover,
Edgar Hoover.
bring it to Donald Trump, bring it to this time and space. The reality is that white America's biggest fear, and the beauty of it is not all white Americans, but the biggest fear is really black people getting together, black people taking control of their own communities and dealing with their own way forward because they see it. It doesn't take long for us given the opportunity to be on the tennis court to be the best. It doesn't take long to put us on the golf course and we become wow, so it doesn't matter where you put us. So there's a real fear. I mean, it's mind-boggling to people like a Donald Trump
Yeah.
that a unknown black man can show up from Chicago and become the president of the United States in 8 years. I don't even think Donald Trump heard of him.
Nobody had heard for a while there. And then, like you said, Donald Trump didn't hear, but here comes this man.
And so there's that fear. It is real. So just imagine in this economic space, when we go back to the Reginald Lewis of the world,
Amen.
and we go back to, and these are very important, stuff that we gotta note that the president, vice president is the first woman vice president.
That's right.
So not even white women had the power. The first female self-made millionaire in America was a black woman.
Black woman.
So in other words, before a white woman became a self-made millionaire in America,
That's right.
a black woman
That's right.
did it.
Madam C.J.
That's
Walker.
how powerful we are. And so it is so key for us to really know that this is that time for us to harness our energy, to pool our resources, to come together beyond and across some of the little issues that have been used to keep us divided over time, and to say, no, we're not going to suffer from these things anymore.
No, we're not going to. And one element that you brought forth, which I thought was powerful, was the ministers. Those ministers said some stuff that, I mean, I was sitting here like, oh my goodness, the churches are changing too. There's and I mean, the ministers spoke real candid. That's the best way I could say it. So you need to listen to what they had to say because they were talking about galvanizing, building, and looking at ourselves, taking a good look at ourselves. So I thought that was just totally, this whole 2 days, I canceled all my appointments to make sure I was here. And it's worth every
we're
dime.
glad you did.
Definitely. This was phenomenal. So we're all ready, and anything I can do, I'm going on camera for it. Anything I can do to help, to build, to promote, I'm here. I know Soul City has already dedicated it, but me
Beautiful.
personally, I am dedicating to do because this is my dream.
Well, listen, blessings. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're on this path. I've already committed to the journey of this resurgence movement, and it's going to get more exciting and more energetic and more engaging,
Right, because that room
particularly
should
over
be
the
so
next
that
couple
we
of
can't
months. Yeah.
even get in it. That's
Yes.
how it has to be.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I think about when we call a party,
Hmm.
we all there.
Hmm.
But when it comes down to us really doing something,
Hmm.
it starts to get a little sparse
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So I think we need to turn that around. And in speaking, I tell you, it was such phenomenal. You brought stars out. You didn't just bring, okay, well, we got a couple of people show up. You brought the key folks that can make a difference. That is so powerful. So I thank you. If no one else has it, I'm thanking. But I've heard the thank yous, you know, and it's so powerful. So definitely, you know, like I said, anything that we can do to make this continue on to grow, and more so is to promote some of these businesses. I want to open up Access Wealth Nation to review some of the businesses. You know, if they get their going forward, their loans and stuff, and they build, then let's feature them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will.
Okay, it's
And we
been
will.
so great.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Keep up the great work too.
Thank you. I will. We're going to do it. So, as normal, we have gone through. This is Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, getting you that checkup from the neck up. And this being at reSURGEnce 2022 has been awesome. And to be able to sit with the man who received from God's words down into doing this is our Reverend Dennis Dillon.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we're closing out today with Access Wealth. Well, I think we still have a few more interviews, but the thing is that again, you're listening to Access Wealth Nation on the Soul City Network. Take care. getting ready to close down. I'm sorry for those who did not rush here to get it because there's a wealth of information. There was also a network of genius that I can't even describe. Think about it this way: you are a kid in a candy factory and you ain't got to worry about cavities. Okay. So it is just been phenomenal. And as I told you, I'm bringing you the shakers, the makers, the people who are so strong, who have been, and I've sat on the panel. We talked about wealth creation, but there's another level to wealth creation, is wealth protection, protecting your business. So I have my guest, Mr. Troy Thompson from TGT Technologies. Did I get it right?
100%.
Okay. And dynamic. You know, once you create your business, you have to really protect it. It's like your baby. You're not going to go and take your baby and throw it out with the bathwater. You're going to figure out how to take care of whatever the baby needs. Well, the baby needs to be protected. My thought is, if IRS could be hacked 3 times, well, Lord knows what could happen to you and your business. So, in that, Troy, it is. I welcome you to Access Wealth Nation.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely glad. So we sat on that panel of wealth, but you dropped some gems. So all about what you have to do to basically protect your business and why. So can you tell the audience a bit about that?
Well, pretty much, as we all know, everyone goes online. We go online for anything and everything, to check an email, order food, pay bills. We're just saying that's just for your regular day to day. So the way that we traditionally used to doing things, dropping a letter in the mail and doing stuff like that, those days are over with. So now everything that we do, we have to get on the highway of the internet. With that being said, we're leaving a digital footprint everywhere that we go, because every aspect of our lives is found online.
Okay.
From, like I said, your banking, school,
Yes.
mortgage, payroll.
True.
Everything that we do is all
Even
online.
your shopping, because I can guarantee if I look up something on the internet, the next thing I know is every time I turn around, the ad for it.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
So with a lot of that being said, so you know automatically somebody got to be looking at me. If I was just looking at giraffes for the first time, every time you turn around, they got giraffes on sale. Somebody's watching something.
Right.
So the best thing to do with that is protection. And that goes with VPNs.
Okay, give us what that means.
Virtual private networks.
Okay.
These are some of these accesses where you can go online. You walk into a room. So, okay, you start up your computer. You go online, your IP address. You're familiar with your IP address. So let's just say your IP address is 1234556. You set up a VPN. You'll actually start up the computer. Your computer will go through that VPN line, that network. So instead of your computer, you're going in 1234556. On the other end, it's coming out 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 19. So therefore, it scrambles around. So this way, you're leaving less of a, this is me and who I am and where I'm coming from, where I started from, to more or less protecting yourself to say, hey, look, whenever they start to go back, they may run right back into a brick wall, which is the type of protection that you need. So as you're going out your door, you're going, you're shopping, you don't want to leave your door unprotected, or you just don't want everybody knowing which way you go back and forth to your home.
Or that I even left it open.
Exactly.
I don't want you to know.
Exactly. So with that being said, me and my company, what we do, we'll come into your house. We'll come into your office, your business, analyze, we'll listen to see what you have to say, what your issues are, your problems, your concerns, because we have to listen to our customers. Our customers are how we build, make money, and establish in these relationships.
Okay.
So once we know where you stand, what you need, and the type of protection that you have, that's when me and my crew, we come in there, we go to work, and we do everything and provide it out. Knock it out for you, whether it be cybersecurity, equipment, any form of facet of IT.
Does this take long to do the process to protect people? Is it like...
Well, it all depends on the type of the business, but a lot of times with the biggest portion that takes the longest part of it is customers usually trying to make up their mind or feeling, do I really need that? Or should I, or maybe, or you have to deal with, well, my friend said, or my friend has a company, that's the part that takes it long. But once you make up your mind and you understand and you need to be protected, because another layer of this that I skipped over, when you're running a business, you have customers that you're responsible and have to answer to, because you're taking on their credit card information, their date of birth, social security numbers, addresses, the levels and levels and levels and layers that goes on and on that you have. Now, let's say you're a company and you have 500 clients. That's 500 pieces of information or 500 people that you have to protect, which your company could be only, say, 5 or 10 people. But you look at the magnitude of this. What happens if that information gets exposed?
Danger, because identity theft, problems.
Exactly. So the layers and layers and layers, and also the liability that you have as a person. So you just say one, now you have 500 more, 499 other people that you're responsible for. So as a business owner, you have to take that first layer of protection, not only for just protecting you and your information, but your overall your customers, and anyone else that you deal with.
Got it. That makes sense, because this year, we had to create, as tax consultants, we had to create portals for our clients, because what they said is that if your client ended up with identity theft or some type of breach, if you didn't have protection, then at that point, IRS was going to charge you $500 per all your clients. So like you said, if you got 500 clients and you getting hit with $500 per, so I immediately, my software had the portal. I said, yes, I'll pay for that.
Yes.
But there needs to be, as I'm hearing from you, even more.
Yes. But those are the things of, as you look at the bigger picture, as you understand the protection and understanding the layers of liability that can fall on you as a business. Nobody wants to build a business 10, 15, 20 years, and one intrusion can turn around and wipe you out,
that would be
clean
horrible.
you out, and then turn around and also have you in other kind of legal incidences that wouldn't really want to be a precarious situation that you really want to be in.
That's true. That is so true. So yes, it's worth every bit of it, the time span, whatever it'll take to protect us. So definitely, I hope people heard you today.
Yes, I hope so too.
Because it is so urgent that you take care of, because again, somebody comes and steals everything that you got, information. And again, if you're not structured right, which was our other conversation,
exactly.
Now, not only do they get paid for whatever you did with the business, but now they got your personal house and everything else. And
say the layers, it just goes on and on and on and on. Exactly.
So you are very vital and important to us.
Yes.
I'm praying that they heard you. That's what the key is more than hearing. They need to act. They need to be able to get to you.
Exactly.
And so tell us how people can contact you.
Okay, well, you can reach me. Of course, we are online. You can reach us at tgttechnologies.com. Once again, it's tgttechnologies.com. And you can also give us a call at 1-833, the number 4, TGT Tech. And that's spelled tech as in TEC. All right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so thankful. So now here we are again, closing out during this time for Access Wealth Nation. This has truly been an exciting day, but I've got a few more interviews to do. And of course, we're still here at reSURGEnce 2022. And we are thankful so much to Reverend Dennis Dillon for putting this together.
Yes.
It is to bring us the freedom of businesses, Black businesses doing business with Black businesses and creating more Black businesses to enhance our community. So again, thank you all for listening, and continue to learn, because learning means that after you learn, now you know better, you'll do better.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Access Wealth Nation, having a wonderful day. As I told you, we got to do our checkup from the neck up, and we are doing it here with the reSURGEnce 2022. We have gotten so much information of which I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to have all these wonderful people come back and share what they're doing to enhance their business, but also to enhance you as being able to build with Black businesses, doing business with Black businesses and with Black people, and building our community. We're not trying to boycott anybody else's business. We're just trying to stop y'all from boycotting ours. So therefore, we need to build upon the knowledge that we have. And we had movers, shakers, and geniuses here at this conference. It was so powerful. I'm still flying, because it is such a wonderful event, because this is my dream come true. And I got to give it to Reverend Dylan for doing it, because we are seeing people share information, giving information where to go get it. And then he brought forth a lot of dignitaries and political officials who could not only just say, okay, we're here for you, no, show you how to do it. But again, when you're looking for your business, you're always looking for funding. You need some money to get it going. And so we have officially I call her just the grant lady. She's got, and you know what? All this time I'm talking to you, didn't get your name.
Michelle Walker Davis.
Michelle Walker Davis. Please forgive me for that,
No
because
worries,
I've been
no worries.
going all
You've been
day.
busy. You've been busy for the past 2
But
days.
but I listened to Michelle Walker Davis talk. Okay. And you definitely need to hear her, but more so, she's on the streaming, so you can go back to reSURGEnce 2022 and listen to the entire. But you might want to fast forward and see. That was yesterday when she came on and talked about all this money available, and you don't know where it's at. You don't know how to get to it. Well, she does.
I
So,
do.
Michelle, tell us about what you do.
Okay, so I know where the money resides. First of all, my clients do call me the free money lady.
Okay, free money lady.
So I have access to $850 billion in funding. I have been in the grant space for over 20 years, writing grants for my clients. And it wasn't until George Floyd was killed, murdered, that we found out just how much money was available, just how much money we weren't getting. And so there is $850 billion available every year, but less than 4% goes to people that look like you and
Wait a minute,
I.
hold up. You
Women
say
and people
every year?
every year. And we're getting less than 4%.
Oh my God.
And so just imagine that in philanthropy, there is discrimination as well. So they're getting 96% and we're getting the 4%. And this is to help charitable organizations and businesses. So who needs this more than we do, right?
Definitely.
So I got mad. I thought about Michael Jordan, what he used to do when he got mad. He didn't do a lot of trash talking. He just put it all on the court.
Got busy.
Got 50 points that night. Right? So I am here to change the trajectory for women and people of color, specifically Black people. We're going to get the 96% and give them the 4%. How about that?
I like that. That sounds like how it should be because they owe us a whole lot. It's like, I was talking to a few of my friends because the Obamas have this video on the Catilda, the ship that was, brought the last group of slaves that they weren't supposed to. And they said all the family wanted was an apology. And I was like, oh, hell no. We want the money. We want the land.
Yes.
We deserve it. So whatever we can get,
yes.
it's not that we're asking or begging, we're taking.
Right. And, we have to deal with money and be able to say the word, and you're right. A lot of us just say, oh, I don't want anything from them. I don't want to sue them. I don't want reparations. I just want an apology. Well, we got to get beyond an apology. So in the grant space, there's $850 billion. Government contracts, $7 trillion. 0.006% goes to us, women and people of color. So they're getting 100%. So I have identified 2 areas where we can change the Black wealth gap: grants and contracts.
All right.
And that's what I'm going after feverishly. And this Black reSURGEnce conference was for the churches to know they're not even applying and they're doing all the work in the community.
That's right.
So here we go. I'm making a last minute appeal. November 1st through December 31st is when the most money is given out. They want to go on vacation. They want to be at the holiday with their families. They are writing off and sending out application. You got some money. You got some money. You got some money. So I'm putting my clients into that pot. So if anybody wants to obtain funding, free money, they go to my website, which is...
Tell them what the website is.
It's IMG. India Marie George, imgconsulting.info, right? Fill out a business needs form, book a consultation. We can get you prepared and packaged by December, okay? And if you don't remember imgconsulting.info, just text the word grants to 609 320 5375. And we'll take care of you. I want to thank you so much. You are amazing. I want to hear from you as well.
Yes, you will, definitely. And I want you to sit down with our president of Soul City Network because I think you can do some good there too. Because we got a lot of stuff that we need to do. And I told him as soon as I listened to you, I said, you got to talk to the woman. I carried the
we're
paper.
Gonna do it.
But you got another paper in your hand.
Yeah,
I might as well hold on to that.
Okay.
So to make sure. But thank you so much.
Thank
for
you, my
stopping
dear.
by.
And what's your name again?
I'm Yana B. Woodhouse.
Okay, Yana B. Woodhouse. You go, girl. I love it. Yana B. Woodhouse.
Yes, definitely. Glad to meet with you, but we're going to be doing some other things together.
That's right.
Because I'm calling on you because I want you to come to our show to do a whole show on grant writing.
I'm there.
Okay.
Oh, one last appeal.
Sure.
The conference that I'm going to, the Black Business School Conference, it's the blackbusinessschool.com. I'm teaching the 10 steps to win free money this Saturday and Sunday. It's virtual from 12 to 3. If you use the code BBS offer, you're going to get a 15% discount. You're going to be in class with me. I'm going to give you the information that you need to succeed.
Oh my goodness, she just dropped another gem. There you go. Now, I told y'all all during this conference, and I truly mean it, opportunity, the door of opportunity opens up. It doesn't mean a hill of beans if you don't walk through it.
Amen.
So therefore, you got to walk through it and let's make a difference. And then come back to Reverend Dillon and tell him what good things happen because we need to account for it. So you're listening to Access Wealth Nation, and we have had a wonderful day here. And so we're looking, but the offer came, and I'm holding up the flyer, that you've got to embrace. Now we've been gone through businesses, but now we're talking about funding it, making some money for your business. And so definitely, I hope you learned something today. And thank you for watching Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse. Closing out this wonderful resurgence 2022. This is just, I don't know. I'm not tired. I have just been taken to, I guess, heaven, and I'm lasting and I'm enjoying every bit of it, because anything that's going to help to move our people forward, I think, is so important. And we are here talking about Black businesses, dealing with Black businesses, and not only that, but dealing in our community and functioning and building. And as I said, we're not trying to boycott other businesses. We respect other groups, but the key is we're trying to make sure people don't boycott us. Okay. And that we have viable businesses that last, not just where, we had the business in 3 to 5 years, as they say, it doesn't exist anymore because it can't. So therefore, this is what this was all about, was making a difference. And then after speaking to Reverend Dillon, I'm so happy to hear there's going to be some follow throughs to see. So those of you who will tap into this through live stream and see it again and again, realize that when you get the benefit from this conference, you need to let Reverend Dillon know the good things that are happening is so important. Now, I told you I was bringing you some movers and shakers, and this gentleman impressed me to no end, okay, because he opened up the conference and he opened it with a bang, and it has been flying ever since. So I'd like to introduce one of the shakers and the movers is Malik Saint
Hilaire.
Hilaire. Hilaire. I'm getting there. It's been a long
Yes,
day, but thank
it's
you so
fine.
much for your
Thank you
patience.
so much for having me, doctor. I really appreciate it.
I'm so glad. And so you opened up the conference
Yes, ma'am.
and you just hit it with a bang.
That was the goal.
That was it. You accomplished it. So being here at this conference, what has it meant to you?
Well, I'll just one having the opportunity to be a part of such a impactful movement, because that's what resurgence. That's something I got from it, was this is a movement. This
Yes.
isn't a conference, a one and done. This is the beginning of a movement. So that's one of the things I really got and I felt was that beginning of a movement phase. It felt like the beginning of the movement. We had different people as far as the mayor, Charlene from SBA.
Yes.
It's just an abundance of knowledge, one. And then, like I said, really that feeling of this is something that isn't just, we're not just talking about investing in Black businesses. People were purchasing. Even with my business, CLN, we had people reaching out to us, people wanting to connect with us, and they were following through. And I think that's the biggest difference with resurgence, and that's one of the biggest goals is not to just talk about it anymore. I've heard the talk of support buy black, buy black. We've had buy black for years.
Yes.
It's about physically doing and actively doing, and I believe that's one of the things I took out of it was that everybody's on the same page. We're going to spend our dollar and put our money where our mouth is.
I love it. Now, you just mentioned your business. So tell me about your business.
Yes, well, I am the co-founder and the CBO, the Chief Branding Officer at the Empowered Lifestyle Network.
Okay.
Yes, we are a brand development slash streaming company. And
So you're streaming this event?
yes.
Okay, I
connect.
finally got the answer. I told y'all I needed to find out, so I got the person. So
Yes,
how
ma'am.
does one tap into the streaming? Because I've been sending them to Resurgence, the site, because I didn't know what to do.
If you're trying to stream, you can just type in Empowered Lifestyle Network to Roku, your any app store, Google Play Store, Apple App Store, Apple TV Store, and so forth. You type in Empowered Lifestyle Network, and you'll see once you download the app, you'll see Resurgence will have its own thumbnail. You click that thumbnail, and you'll be able to view everything that we had here at the conference, every speaker, and every portion of this you'll be able to view on our app.
And you need to do that because we're right now live on Facebook Live. So
Yes.
therefore, you'll need to head on
Yep.
and going to the Empowerment Life.
Empowered Lifestyle Network.
There we
Okay,
go.
download the Empowered Lifestyle Network.
And matter of fact, I did download it already. So therefore,
Oh, I'm glad.
yeah, because
I'm
we were
glad.
looking for you,
Mhm.
to see what could we do to get more information on
Mhm.
the conference itself while we were giving this information
Mhm.
to the people so that they'd know where to go. I was trying to get people here, so I
Mhm.
was sort of hoping.
And that's one of the things though about this conference. Like I said, like you just said, you downloaded it, and a lot of the times with black businesses, that's the difference. Actually, physically downloading what they're talking about, or purchasing the product, or checking out their website. It's something, somebody give you their business card, you put it in your pocket,
And it's gone.
and it's gone.
Or you lost it and then you go, I wanted to talk to that
you
person.
know so you already, this is what's been bred in this conference, was that doer's
That's
mentality.
it. So you also mentioned it's a branding company, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
therefore, tell us a little bit about branding because in our community we have businesses,
Mhm.
but this one thing. Okay, for example, I know I was taught in marketing school. What we have is the cotton swab,
Mhm.
but we don't call it cotton swab. We call
A
it
Q-tip.
Q-tip.
Mhm.
That's a brand.
Exactly.
Okay. And so there's those little elements of
Mhm.
branding. So how is branding useful in business?
Well, essentially, branding is everything. Branding is the difference why we won't go eat at our mom and pop shop and we're gonna pick McDonald's because we recognize
Golden
the
arches.
golden arches.
Okay.
Essentially, it is not caring about I have a million followers. It's you have a group of people who support your business. They're not just liking and liking your post. They're actively supporting your business. And when you create a brand, um, that's when you're kind of stepping into the different lane, because people, they'll be on social media. They're like, okay, I got a million followers, but
Yes.
nobody purchases products for them. Somebody with 1,000 followers, engaged people who are attached to their brand because the brand has been identified, the brand has been developed. They've produced products. There's uniformity in the colors. So if you look at reSURGEnce, there's orange, the
Yellow.
green,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
yellow. If you look at, because we did their marketing, every post had the brand colors within it. Like we said, we recognize the golden arches, and when we see red and yellow together, we think McDonald's. That all goes into that branding experience, and it's about creating that identity, finding people, your target audience, not trying to appeal to the mass
Okay.
worldwide of people. You want to target a select niche. When a bomb drops, it drops in a central location and then it spreads.
Correct.
It doesn't drop here. It
Yeah,
drops
yeah.
right here, and the effects spread out. And that's the goal. You want to find your niche. You want to find your target, identify your brand, create a good identity behind it, and then market to your niche. And your niche will spread that, will spread the word. And now they're gonna be the reason why we're calling it Q-tip over
A cotton
cotton
swab.
swab, because so many people purchase the product.
Tips. Yes, that's it.
Mhm.
That's an excellent idea. I see. So therefore, did you get any special gem while you were here? Did you get?
I mean, I got an endless amount of gems from, I mean, even George Frazier.
Oh, that's
Um,
just
it's he just blew me away yesterday, with what he was talking about. And honestly, one of the biggest gems I got from being in this conference was the fact that the intertwining of the communities when it comes to the elderly black community and the younger black community, where there was a disconnect. It was definitely a disconnect in the past.
Yes.
In this conference, there was a cannabis segment,
Yes.
and and then there were speakers, and the black church was here as well.
Yeah.
The breaking down of that barrier is one of the most important things that I got out of this conference,
I think
because
that's
the young folk, we need you. We need the elderly. We need that wisdom, because you have experience. We don't have that experience. We have the drive, though.
that's
You
right.
know, and
And the desire.
exactly.
You know, because we tired. but
No,
but
seriously.
reality is that
Mhm.
yes, we need to pass on. We had that conversation. I was speaking to Dr. George Frazier. I
Mhm.
had the honor to interview him, and he just dropped gems all during the place. So if you'll need to catch that too.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
but in it, that's what we talked about, was what kind of legacy are we building?
Mhm.
And then the question came up was, how do we really make this really work? Our young folks right now are in the kumbaya phase. Everybody love everybody. We're like,
Mhm.
that's really great, but we still fight.
Mhm. That's the
The
truth.
fact is that I will tell anybody, with all of my experience and my licenses and my degrees, they still see a black woman first.
At the end of the day.
And then at the end of the day, they're like, well, she don't know nothing.
Mhm.
That's literally,
It's the
I have
truth.
had folks saying, what do you know? Or
Mhm.
why should I do something with
Mhm.
you? And you think about it, is that we do great in everything. I was just talking to Reverend Dylan, and he said, think about the greatness we've been in anything. You give us a racket, we
Mhm.
become the top tennis
Mhm.
players. You give us a club,
Mhm.
and we're Tiger Woods.
That's the
you
truth.
know you give us a basketball, a football, whatever, we're at the
Mhm.
top of the game.
That's the
And
truth.
I will throw in there, you give us an opportunity to trade on the New York Stock Exchange, and we
Mhm.
become a bad broker.
That's the truth.
Okay, that's my life.
Mhm.
And so these are the things that we know we can do.
Mhm.
Our next generation needs to know, and they do want, you all want businesses,
Mhm.
I know, but it's important here that you know how to structure your business properly,
Essentially.
that you're not going to lose it to Uncle
Mhm.
Sam for taxes. You understand, and that was a lot of knowledge that was given
Mhm.
here. So
That's the truth.
definitely,
And that's why I was saying is that I feel like the stigma between, or that broken relationship between the elderly black community and the younger black community, is the reason why, I can say from being younger that originally, we got a lot of bad flack for what we do. The elderly black community, like, don't do this, don't do that, don't. So it made it hard for us to want to listen,
yes,
because you're just telling me what not to do,
right. Tell me what to do.
essentially.
Mentor me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Give me some insight. I know a lot of the times one of the things that I was going through when I was young and seeking knowledge was a lot of elder black men were guarding the knowledge. They were guarding the knowledge
And I
from
still
me.
don't get it.
I don't.
The fact of
Mhm.
sharing is so important. I
Mhm.
had the best mentors coming up.
Mhm.
And I mean, the reason why I owned a business at age 19 was because my dear Mr. Henderson gave up his business and sold it to me.
Mhm.
Here I am with a business. I've been mentored. So those things is what we have to do with you guys,
That's the
so
truth.
that you can do the same thing to the next generation.
Exactly.
And we can have a community that is flourishing. And like I said, we're not trying to boycott other businesses. We're just trying to make sure ours don't.
100%.
There you
We
go.
want to profit off of our own culture the way
There you go.
everybody else has been profiting off of our culture.
Amen. Especially that $1.7 trillion.
Mhm.
We could do a lot.
Exactly.
Well,
Essentially.
Malika, I'm so glad that you came by to Access Wealth Nation and
Thank you.
shared.
Thank you for having me.
And definitely, I'm going to be watching you. Okay.
All right,
And
got
then
you.
we'll talk. My door is opened also, if anything I
I'm
can do
looking
to
forward
help.
to it.
Okay. And so you have been watching Access Wealth Nation with Dr. Yana B. Woodhouse, giving you that checkup from the neck up, learning how to become financially free. And so we close today with saying thank you so much. I hope you learned something and that you have the experience of enhancing your community.
But I think that the most important is not the baby. The most important is that when my mom died a long time ago, I was not able to bury her because I was very poor. It's the mayor of our city who helped me by giving me a crib, free crib to bury my mom. But I know that today, if she could come back to die again, I can bury her like a billionaire. Because things has changed. I think you should believe, yeah, it's very true. Because the Bible says everything is possible to even believe in God. I do that. And at my school with my wife, we have tried to grow and we have some opportunity for the poor, the COVID. You know yourself that Africa is not easy. We have some poor people, a lot of people who are poor. So every year we open our gates to the students who have no money to come to school. We used to take in some time, more than 500 people who come free to go to school in our college. Now we are planning to build a big campus in order to help African young people who used to go into Europe. Sometimes we go to Europe, go to sea by the hill. Sometimes people catch them and they kill them. This way of going to Europe carries along a lot of aftermath. There's a reason why we're trying to build this great campus to help us, to train them as entrepreneurs. And then so that they can try to take care of themselves and avoid going such a way in Europe. Thank you so much for everything. I'm so sorry. I'm used to speaking French, not English. Just that English I learned at university, but I know that you know me well. God bless you. Thank you so much. Come on, let's put our hands together for a few. I hope you all heard the story. $100 could have been buried. I said a long time ago. I found myself in total shock that this young man who used to run behind me in the Ivory Coast, interpreting as I was lecturing across the country at the invitation of the president of the Ivory Coast, that now he owns 6 campuses with this university, 13,000 students, 4 profit campus. Awesome. I'm gonna. The young man who coordinated is in here. I don't see him. The one who actually started the process was at a Black Church Meet Business conference. I sit somewhere in the conference. Went back and convinced his government to bring me to the Ivory Coast, and I took a delegation to the Ivory Coast. It's just been amazing ever since then. Well, we've been on this African journey. Ebony, you just come and just take a couple minutes and tell the story, because you and your business partners have also been. And then I'm just going to ask if Dr. Delroy Brown will come very quickly. He's been a part of our delegations that we've been doing, going to the continent of Africa as well. So come, Ebony, share a quick word and represent the 2019 delegation. I know that Dr. George Fraser was on that delegation, and he's going to speak to us in a little bit. I'm watching the times.
Thank you, Reverend Dillon. I mean, it's an honor to be up here speaking to you. I told myself I was just. I've learned so many things, but to talk about 2019 and what happened and how life-changing it was. So we sojourned to Africa, 3 countries, and our group, is still growing, but I cannot tell you how many opportunities are still happening as a result of that trip. And it's not just me, my team also. It was just absolutely amazing. So, all I am is an example of, the greatness that Reverend Dillon is, and, the successes that we've had since 2019. A lot of it is due to the trip that we took in 2019. And a lot of the relationships that are still happening. I mean, the people that I've met, all of the things that have happened are really a result of that journey. So, I'm waiting. The pandemic is over. And I can say, if you're in this room And if there is ever an opportunity to do anything that Reverend Dylan calls you to, do it. Even if you think you can't, even if it's not convenient, make yourself available. Because the thing is, together, there are so many things that we can accomplish. And Africa is waiting. And that's all I can say. So thank you, Reverend Dylan, for giving me this moment to say hello to you all. Please come see me. I'm here for life. And I'm just so grateful. Thank you, Reverend Dylan. Thank you. And thank you for such a great conference, everyone. You showed up. You all showed up. You're amazing.
Dr. Delroy Brown, a respected dentist, the former chief dental officer for the New York State branch of the National Guards. Let's hear from him, and he's been on quite a few of the trips with us as well.
Hi, how you doing? My journey began 15 years ago. And it was about creating healthy food for my children. I took that knowledge and 15 years of research. I developed a product called Super Meal. Super Meal is a vegan product, and it's really an all-in-one product. It's a flour alternative. It gives you all the nutrients that can sustain the body, and it was designed to be used in combat zone and areas of starvation. You know, God has really blessed me because going to Africa with Reverend Dylan in 2019, I saw what the product that God gave me the knowledge to create could do, how we could help people. Because when you look at what's on the market, if you're eating plant-based protein, a lot of people don't know that it takes 10 pounds of plant to create 1 pound of animal protein. So by going plant-based, you're getting the source directly from Mother Nature. And because you're getting the source from Mother Nature, what would generally feed one person could feed 10 people. I got my patent in 2019. And this previous year, I got my gluten-free patent. And you know, God has blessed me because He blessed me with a farm that I could do the research with. I purchased the farm. I went to 4 different companies in order to get the farm. But eventually I got the farm. And I'm using the farm to help me to push my dream forward. And my dream is to feed people. My dream is to use plant-based alternative flour to feed people, because the product that I have can cook anything that regular flour can cook, but it gives you all the nutrients that regular flour doesn't. So if you 4 ounces can feed a baby for a day. If you look at when you mix flour and water together, you end up with glue. When you mix my product with water, you end up with a product that can sustain human life. And Reverend Dylan and his wife has really blessed me. They have facilitated my dream and my ambition so that I can create something that could benefit humanity. And that is my goal. My goal is to benefit humanity. But let me speak on some things going on with the diaspora. Okay? 1 minute, I have 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you something. I've been to a lot of conferences, a lot of meetings. Okay? And from what I've seen, there are people that are really dedicated, but it can't stay in a conversation. Okay? Anything that stays in a conversation is like a thought in your head. If it's not put into action, guess what? It doesn't mean anything. And I've been to a lot of these meetings. I've been to too many where everyone is eager and everyone is willing. But when it comes the time to put actual stake in the game, it's all a conversation. And unless we get beyond the conversation. We will be having conversation for the next 50 years because the only thing that matters is action. And I don't see action. I see conversation.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's why we're an action group. You know, you're getting all of these real examples of folks getting things done. Another leader who've been on this journey with us, we were doing business conferences and so forth in South Africa. I guess that was before the pandemic. He is the former deputy mayor for the city of Newark, New Jersey, and headed up economic development under Mayor Baraka, as we've seen this thing rise and move forward. And we're just grateful for all that we've done together. Let's put our hands together for also former Assemblyman from New Jersey, Carmelo Garcia.
Thank you, Reverend Dillon. Good evening, everyone. It's amazing and a blessing to be here with you. Thanking God for this opportunity. You know what? My job was to supercharge you. And I have a saying that says, my joy is my job. So I want you all to say, my joy is my job. And so I want you to know that this is like an interview because I might be going on tour with Dr. Frazier. So I'm going to tee this up. Yes, indeed. Yes, I love that. So my name is Carmelo, and I'm a recovering politician. But the good Lord took me from my career to my calling. And he allowed me to find my purpose to serve his purpose. So there were acronyms that, he gifted me with to share with you this evening, because the first verse that he hit me with, right, was Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding. Acknowledge me and I will straighten your paths. And that's what he's done. So I've been very fortunate now to serve as an executive business and breakthrough coach, using spiritual development to help others to increase their faith, to take them from good to great, from successful to significant, and from owning a company that might be at a bronze level to a platinum level. So tonight, when Reverend Dillon, who I love, and again, reSURGEnce, which we know it means, look it up, awakening. So this is what he was doing with this conference when that vision was given to him, because where there is no vision, there is no what? What did he say? Where there is no vision, our people are precious. So I'm here this evening to say to you, brothers and sisters, we have to remember it's not about the return on investment. It's about the return on relationships, the return on reSURGEnce, the return on resources, so that you can become more resourceful in what you're doing today, in your gift, in your purpose. Because the great Picasso said it best. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of it is to give it away. And that's what we're doing here. But as the brother before said, when he bought that farm and is using it now, right, to do plant-based food, which is amazing, he spoke about action. So the Lord gave me this powerful acronym for you, because you heard about strategies. And when you hear strategy, you got to be obsessed with that strategy, right? And then you got to be able to define your story. So strategy, be obsessed with it, and have your story be defined by you, for your people, for our people, because the Black and brown community more than ever right now needs us. Because if not for you, then who? If not now, then when? If it's not for us, then will it matter? So the Lord gave me this acronym for you guys. SAM, like Samuel the prophet. With supplication, we require application that will lead to multiplication. So each and every one of you have a great responsibility here this evening, because to whom much is given, much is required. So I need all of you to stand up with me. I need every single one of you to stand up right now, because there's a mantra that the good Lord gave me. And it goes like this: we can, we will, watch us. So we're going to say that all together, because remember, 365 times in the Bible it says, fear not. And so when we have fear that stops us from reaching our God-given purpose, we have to remind ourselves of that faith, right? That rock in your soul, that energy that you bring to wherever it is you show up and show out, that action that you must take to be actionable in making a difference, and that resiliency that is required to be resolute. So, on the count of three, I want you to say this with me. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3. We can. We will. Watch us. We can. We will. Watch us. We can. We will. Watch us. Make a difference. God bless you guys. Remember, everyone needs a coach. So get a coach. Love you, Reverend Dylan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the best-selling author.
To Dr. Frazier, paying great homage. He had one of my favorite quotes that I remember hearing him say, knowledge isn't free, so pay attention.
Best-selling author, New York Times, many times over, the author of Click, the author of Success Runs in a Race, the founder of the first Black Success Guide in these United States of America. Let's put our hands together for Dr. George C. Fraser. Let's put our hands together for Reverend Dr. Mr. Dillon. Reverend Dr. Dillon, thank you so much for this. You're all that in a bag of chips. I love you. Well, I spent 25 days with you, so it's some kind of love, right? And I'm hoping that we will do it again. So let me just quickly, some shameless self-promotion, and then I just have a couple of things to say, and I promise I'll be down in 10 minutes, no question about that. A lot of you asked me about the special offer I made last night. I'll be in the back. That is for the Power Networking Conference. Forbes named one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed, not one of the top 5 Black conferences, one of the top 5 of all conferences in this country. I made a special offer, a $2,300 package, an adult and a young person, for $5.99. If you're still interested, if you have an interest, we have someone over there that can pass you one of these. And finally, many of you asked me about books. We ran out the other night. I have a couple with me, multiples. And so if you're interested in a book, Click happens to be one of them, 10 Truths for Building Extraordinary Relationships, all right? I don't want to unpack that. Now, here are my final thoughts. And I'm opening my notebook because I have an iteration that I have not memorized, but I want to say it to you. This one I have memorized. The future is not somewhere we go. The future is something we create. Our children are not the future. Our children are the present. And if we do not teach and take care of our children, there will be no future. Okay? My glasses over there? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huh? Because I can't see without my glasses. You know? Oh, you know where they are? Those are mine. They're in my pocket. See, the most obvious place. I wonder if it's stuck between a pen and me. There we go. I'm sorry. Never happened. Huh? Here we go. All right, this is important. This is important. Dr. John Henrik Clark taught us many years ago when we stood at the feet of this master. What a people do for themselves depends upon what they think about themselves. So it is important that we think and believe that we are an awesome people. That we think that if we were once great, that we will be great again. That we think that God can use us. God can use you. Each of us have a unique purpose in life. There's a job that God has assigned only you to do. And if you do not do it, it will not get done in the universe. We are depending upon you to find your job. Now, the next time you feel that God can't use you because you've done something crazy or stupid or whatever, I want you to remember this. Noah was a drunk. Abraham was too old. Isaac was a daydreamer. Jacob was a liar. Leah was ugly. Joseph was abused. Moses had a stuttering problem. Gideon was afraid. Samson had long hair and was a womanizer. Rehab was a prostitute. Jeremiah and Timothy were too young. David had an affair and was a murderer. Elijah was suicidal. Isaiah preached naked. Jonah ran from God. Naomi was a widow. Job went bankrupt. John the Baptist ate bugs. Peter denied Christ. The disciples fell asleep while praying. Martha worried about everything. The Samaritan woman was divorced more than once. Zacchaeus was too small. Paul was too religious. Timothy had an ulcer, and Lazarus was dead. Don't judge people, brothers and sisters. Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. No more excuses. Now I have found, someone say this to me, I have found the enemy, and the enemy is us. We must change this. As was intimated earlier, when we finish pontificating ad nauseum about our issues, somebody's got to write a check. At the end of the day, money matters. There is little that we can do without expending money. No more excuses. God can use you to your full potential. Besides, understand this. You are not the message. You are simply the messenger. All of us are. Make no mistake about that. Now let me just close with this, what we call an ancestral recognition prayer. This is the prayer we close all 21 Power Networking Conference. Next year will be 22. May we always remember those who have gone before us. May we be inspired by their vision and their valor. May their lives continually remind us that service is more important than success, that people are more important than possessions, that principle is more important than power. May whatever we do be shaped and molded by honesty, excellence, and commitment. May our children and our children's children carry forth with pride the nobility of the histories that are represented in this room. To the Creator of all of us, by whatever name we may refer to that Creator, we dedicate our lives to make our world better and more beautiful. Can I get an ashe? Ashe. Amen. One final thought. The principal goal of life is not success. The principal goal of life is to become a person of real value. And so when we become a person of real value because we're intellectually curious, that's the foundation for critical thinking. We are committed to personal growth and development, lifelong learning, and constant never-ending improvement. When you become a person of real value, you will not be able to get out of the way of success. So you see, we have this ass backwards. We think it's success first. No, 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 no. Are you a person of real value? Why is that important? Because it is congruent with the purpose of life. The purpose of life is not complicated. God doesn't make anything complicated. We make things complicated. So I'm going to inform you on the purpose of life so that you will never be able to unhear this. You will never be able to say anyone for the rest of your life, you do not know the purpose of life. The purpose of life is what? To love, to give, to serve, and to add the highest value to somebody or something every minute of every day. May God bless you, continue to protect you, and keep you on your path. Stay the course. God bless you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Fraser. Thank you so much. Your pain. As we close this conference, and we're going to have one final prayer. That was a prayer in itself. But before I just call on our convener to close us out completely, it's been an exciting 2 days for me. What about you? Been a great information. If you don't act upon this, all of this power, then please don't hold us responsible. We did what the Lord has called and instructed us to do. I tell this story all the time. It's in my first book. I remember my first trip years ago to Seoul, South Korea. And I landed in the late midnight hour. And as the plane was landing in Seoul, I could not help but notice all of these lit crosses that lit up the entire Seoul landscape. And my first thought, Dr. Fraser, is wow, that's a lot of churches. So now I thought that on top of all these crosses were all these churches. And I said, wow, that's a lot of churches. Until a couple of days later, I spoke at a conference in Seoul. And a couple of days later, I'm walking in TK1, same place where they had the tragedy a couple of weeks ago. And I'm walking through downtown Seoul, and I'm noticing that there was a cross on top of the furniture store. That there was a cross on top of the travel agency. That there was a cross on top of the tailor store shop. The supermarket had a cross on top of it. And I've concluded, wow, all of these people are so committed to their business or to their God that they make sure that God is interwoven into the very fabric of their businesses. And so the point of churches and businesses coming together is to really help us to understand that we will see a massive growth and revival, the resurgence of Black businesses in New York, America, and across the globe when we come to understand that at the foundation of the move to revive and empower Black businesses in America must be a deeper inculcation of a God consciousness. And on my way back, I wrote this as I sat in the plane meditating on my way back to New York. The Lord gave me this: where there is no spiritual foundation, there can be no economic power. Where there is no economic power, there can be no legitimate political control. And where there is no legitimate political control, there will always be a sick sociology. So the only way we can solve the sociological illnesses that we face as a race of people in America is if we understand that first, God got to be the foundation. And our relationship with God should not first drive us to social agenda. It must drive us to economic power, because when we have economic power, automatically we will be able to create a socially stable society. That has to be the agenda for Black people in America. So my clarion call to us in this insurgency movement, my call to us in this new journey that we're on, is for Black folks in America to really begin to get it together. And I got to tell us one final thing. Because Black America's largest DMA, that is designated market area, the largest one is New York City. We got to understand that if New York Black businesses do not get it together, then we will never be able to see Black revival in America. And if Blacks in America do not get it together, there will not be a Black revival on the continent of Africa or any place else. So I'm simply saying, wake up, my brothers and sisters. And I'm saying to us, let's begin this new journey for a new Black renaissance, an African renaissance, and an economic renaissance. The time is now, and the responsibility is with each and every one of you. Reverend Evelyn, thanks.
So much has been said. We've learned so much. We thank God for the privilege that He has allowed us to endeavor to think on so many things these last few days. Our level of consciousness has been raised to understand who we are as a people. That together we can do mighty and great things. That we as a people have opportunity. We have opportunity because God has allowed us to make trillions of dollars annually. We are not beggars. We are not paupers. But what we are not is we're not together. If there is one thing that I have learned these last 2 days, it was the theme of the preachers when they spoke all day yesterday. Togetherness. Togetherness. Let's get together. Well, you know what? It's time for us to stop talking about getting together. Abstract awareness and theoretical abstractions is not enough. We've got to get involved as a people so that as a people we can recognize our true potential, because we have potential and we do not have to go outside of our race. We have equity in our race. The Black church means business is a decompression chamber. It brought us together this week with the resources necessary to help small Black and brown businesses to survive and thrive. It's up to us now to receive what reSURGEnce 2023 has poured into our spirit. And it is by the grace of God that we have been able to enjoy listening to the various testimonies that have come forward and acknowledging where we're going and where we've been. But as Dr. Frazier said, it matters not where we have been, it matters where we're going. And how do we get there? We get there together. May the Lord watch between me and thee while we're absent one from another. In Jesus' name, go in peace. God bless you all.
Let me, as we're getting ready to go, the New York Christian Times, we've been around for 30-something years, and we wanted to always engage young people. And I remember when we just started the Christian Times and we started to feature young people, one of the first young person that was highlighted from Brooklyn at the Science Skills Center in Brooklyn was Malcolm Barrett, who is now, as we know, one of the rising star actors. And his mother is in the house. Let's put our hands together, Reverend Eva Barrett, that's in the house. And they're going to play the piece or show. They're just going to show on the screen real quick. And then we're going to, this video is going to play for those who want to just look at it as we go. Pastor Ken, did you want to? This is his uncle right here.
Praise the Lord, everyone. You can put up the picture of Malcolm Barrett. He is presently engaged with a new show coming up in 2023. It's called Average Joe. Average Joe with Dion Cole and his girlfriend that plays his wife in that particular show. Her name is Cynthia K. Williams. And that's going to be coming out. But he was very famous now for being in Timeless for a couple of years. But I would want to say to you today, we've heard a lot about vision and heard a lot about dream. Would you like that to start the music for the song The Impossible Dream? You may be familiar with this song, being famous by perhaps Luther Vandross or Jennifer Hudson. He talks about dream, and Martin Luther King certainly talked about dream, but we want everyone to continue to dream and continue to believe. So we're so grateful for all of the famous people that have come here and they've given us an idea of what can be done when we put our minds to it and give God the glory. To dream the impossible dream, to find the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, and the two with the brave cannot go, and to right the unrivaled and to love your intent from afar, to try when your arms are to you, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest to follow its star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without much things before, to be to hell for that heavenly cause. And I know if I only be true to that glorious place, that my heart will I peaceful and calm when I lay to my rest. And the world will be better for this. Ain't that one man born and covered with stars, still strong with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable, the unreachable, the unreachable Hallelujah. Thank God for what's been done at this conference. We congratulate everybody involved. And I've always dreamed the impossible dream. Yes, I reach the unreachable. Oh. Come on, give God the glory.
Wow, that was awesome. Listen, guys, we're packing up. We're done. Everything is over. Especially the men, if the ladies could just help us. I see folks leave garbage all over the place. If we could just pick it up and just maybe take it onto the water cooler there, that would help. And if the brothers would just fold up a few chairs and just lay them on the end, that would be helpful as well. Did somebody leave their glasses and their phone? That's you. It's right there. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Fraser is in the back for those who want to go back. Don't forget that special offer to next year's conference and his books. Please do that. All right. Thank you. I think they stack on top of each other. You could we stack them. All right. Thank you, God. Whoever can help, we appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. And everybody, make sure we have your contacts. The only way this moves to the next level, if we have your contacts, so we can follow up with blessings.